needs to
What is not
provide
on?
ourselves in the legislative sector. To the emergency measures the government has recently put in place, but does not compromise any of the constitutional obligations and the mandate of the NCOP. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ndate Masondo. Let's proceed swiftly to the next speaker. Next item, briefing by the Premier. David Makoro, please take the podium. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the deputy chairperson, the chief whip, deputy ministers, the speaker of the legislature in our province, the deputy speaker, the chief whip, members of the executive council who are here with us today, mayors of our municipalities and speakers, our heads of departments, members of the NCOP who we welcome heartily to our province, and members of the Gauteng legislature. Taking parliament to the people is an important initiative that seeks to unlock development and service delivery across the country by making sure that this important house is able to come to the ground to see for itself and interact with various spheres of government and communities on what needs to be done to improve the quality of life of our people. Learning from this initiative of taking parliament to the people, as a province, we have introduced Nterisano, which is an integrated service delivery model that has been able to take government to various communities of our province on an ongoing basis to address their needs and respond to those issues that are of concern to them, including where government is moving very slow in addressing their needs. The theme for this year is taking parliament to the people is the impact of migration, deepening cooperative governance for accelerated service delivery and development, and with a sub-theme that focuses on following up on our commitments and making the future better. This theme calls upon us to understand indeed the impact of movement of large sections of the population from across the country, particularly to the urban centers, as well as movement of people from different parts of our continent and the world to where they think there are more opportunities. It is apt that the National Council of Provinces, particularly the 5th NCOP, identified migration as a matter that requires serious attention. Of course, we meet this year at a time when the world is gripped by the COVID-19 pandemic, and a province like Gauteng, as you know, has significant movement of people, has huge high densities of people, but has public transport systems that also move millions of people on a daily basis. So for that reason, we are very vulnerable as a province. We are also a port of entry because people come into South Africa principally through OR Tambo International Airport. So it is important that as we brief you about follow up on the implementation of those commitments coming out of last year's visit, we also assure you that we are doing our best to deal with mitigation strategies and measures to ensure that the spread of COVID-19 is slowed down and minimized in accordance with the announcement made by our President on Sunday. The Provincial Executive Council met yesterday with the mayors of the metros and districts in our province, and we are finalizing a comprehensive response plan today based on the measures announced by national government on what we need to do. So tomorrow, we will brief the people of our province about all those measures and how we are going to ensure that we enforce compliance with what has been announced and declared as a national disaster. We are working with all our municipalities, trade unions, business, religious or faith-based organizations, and various sectors of civil society to ensure that we prepare thoroughly for this emergency. I am glad that the NCOP has started on the right note by ensuring that we ourselves comply. You are our house, that we comply, and there are not people more than is required by the number in here. The impact of COVID-19 is going to be huge, and as communicated by our national government, it may take much longer before the curve flattens. So we've got to do everything and work together to generate a comprehensive national response. I am happy, Chairperson, that all the political parties across the land and breadth of our country are supporting those measures announced by President Cyril Ramaphosa. Yes, there may be those who feel that maybe we should have done that earlier, or maybe we can do more. But the good thing is that our country is united. And in this province, we haven't had a dissenting voice either from all the political parties that sit in our legislature. So over the next few days, there's going to be action throughout. When I finish addressing you today, there are several meetings. There are meetings with unions in the public service as well. In fact, those meetings have already started this morning, because we must start with workers, public service workers, including our healthcare workers, to protect them. Because if they are to respond comprehensively, we must protect them first. And then we will meet with religious leaders and engage with other sectors as well. Having said that, it is important that the NCOP has decided to proceed at least with its program in a scaled-down fashion in compliance with the announcement made. For us in Gauteng, it's important that we will give you feedback today, comprehensive feedback from specific departments, and that you will also interact with municipalities that came out of your last visit as hotspots. So for this reason, you have visited our province in a year that we have unveiled a program we called Growing Gauteng Together, a plan of action that is about taking our province to 2030. I want to assure you, Chairperson and Deputy Chairperson, that members of the NCOP will receive copies of Growing Gauteng Together, GGT 2030. We call it by short, GGT is Growing Gauteng Together, GGT 2030. You will receive copies of that plan. You already have it. Okay, I see there. Oh, thank you so much. We move fast in our in our legislature. You will also receive the State of the Province address. Now, in the briefing, I'm going to just summarize now. A lot of all the issues that the NCOP visit last year was focusing on. Migration, the impact of migration on Gauteng, on the pressure on health services, on education, on housing, including on jobs. All those issues are very well spelled out in our 2020 State of the Province address, which summarizes GGT 2030. So we have a comprehensive response to how we're going to deal with migration. So all the issues you raised when you were here are tackled in our plan. We can't deal with these issues on a short-term basis. So one of the important issues we raise in there is that migration also creates what is a unique feature of poverty, and that is urban poverty. So often people come from the countryside to the cities as a way of escaping poverty. But you have the largest concentration of poor people now also happening around cities. So one of the issues we say in the plan is that we want to tackle poverty and hunger decisively. Don't assume that people who are poor are only in the rural areas. They are moving from the rural areas to settle on the periphery of our cities, in the informal settlement, in the townships. But there are large sections, 20% of residents of Gauteng are food insecure. So we also say in our plan we want to tackle hunger. If you saw what is happening in the last day or so as people are scrambling in response to COVID-19, people are rushing to the shops to go and buy. But who is buying? The poor who don't have the source of income they don't have enough money to do stockpiling of food for a month. So urban poverty and hunger. So even as we deal with the burden of disease, COVID-19, HIV and AIDS, when people don't have the source of income, when they don't have food, they can't just take medication, chronic medication on empty stomach. So I'm sharing with you that one of the big issues coming out of migration we are dealing with is urban poverty and hunger. The other big issue is unemployment. And you will see in the plan we have given you that we are going big in Gauteng around efforts to industrialize and reindustrialize our economy through interventions like special economic zones, through interventions like the revitalization of industrial parks, the revitalization of the township economy, and you going into every corridor, what is called the district development model at a national level now. So we have 5 corridors in Gauteng. We have strategies for each corridor to turn around the economy of each corridor to create more employment. And the underlying element of that is special economic zones, a big issue for us. The third issue we are dealing with in growing Gauteng together is crime. Crime is in Gauteng, all statistics say that crime is now the 3rd biggest concern of the people of Gauteng. It has just bypassed housing as the big concern. So people are experiencing crime. Crime is the top 3 most serious concern. Number 1, as you would always, the number 1 issue will be unemployment. So we, in both the State of the Province address that you have and GGT 2030, we are also going big on how to fight crime. Our police are doing their best, and in fact, we have a provincial commissioner who is now the best provincial commissioner according to the SAPS independent evaluations and awards. Our provincial commissioner has just won the best provincial commissioner award. He's giving great leadership to our police. They are doing their best. There are problems here and there. There are resource constraints. There are big pressures. The numbers don't correspond with the size of the population. But I want to assure the NCOP that the provincial government is also complementing the resources of the police. We have just announced how much new vehicles we are going to buy as the provincial government for the police. So we are doing that as the provincial government. And I want to also say to you that gender-based violence is one of those critical areas where we are reinforcing the capacity of the police to track down all perpetrators of gender-based violence, and that they must face the wrath of the law. With regard to crime as well, we are working with the private sector very, very closely to get private sector resources to complement our efforts. In dealing with the issue of poverty, in dealing with the critical issue of employment, and in dealing with crime, we think we are responding to major concerns of the people of Gauteng. We know that our education and healthcare system are under especially tremendous pressure, and when the MECs speak later, the MEC for Health and the acting MEC for Education, you will hear what we are doing to respond to those pressures. Every year, we have a certain number of learners we are accommodating who are coming out of our system, but there will be a big number of learners who are migrant learners, in other words, following their parents, who are coming from outside the system. A lot of them from across the country, but also from the SADC region, because their parents are here. So that puts lots of pressure on our system. I also want to say that one of the key things is about service delivery and how we are working with municipalities. We reported to you last year when you were here that there are 2 municipalities that have shown regression in service delivery last year. So if you go back to that report, I remember we were in Ekurhuleni, and we said there's regression in service delivery in Emfuleni and in Tshwane. We reported to you last year, and we indicated where we get this information and how do we conclude, and we shared with you independent surveys, independent reports that were showing that in those 2 municipalities, things were moving in the opposite direction. And the NCOP has since paid attention to some of these issues, including visiting the areas in Tshwane where there are problems and visiting Sidibeng on those issues. You will get a report from us, and we have already written to in fact, last year I said to you we intervened with section 1391B in Emfuleni. I reported to you last year I'm saying to you because this is a new NCOP. My apology, but it is the same body. Some of the members may have not been there, but it is important to connect. We reported to the NCOP on the intervention we made in Emfuleni. And this year, you have also received our report about intervention we have made in Tshwane. The NCOP will apply its own processes. There are municipalities also. The districts municipalities in Gauteng do not have a sustainable revenue base. And this is the issue that we also have raised with the NCOP. The district municipalities have no revenue base because of the system implemented, and we want to work with the NCOP to resolve this matter. There are also municipalities in the West Rand that got in trouble because of investing their money into VBS, and MEC Maile will give a full report on what we have been doing and what we are doing as the provincial government to deal with that matter. So, honorable members, We will give you, in the course of the next presentations, very detailed reports that our MECs will present. But I want to raise two cross-cutting issues. The first one is that we reported to the NCOP about the matter of e-tolls last year. That's when you came in November. No, that's not last year actually. It's 2018. All this last year I was saying is wrong. It's 2018 November when the NCOP came to our province. So we reported to you about the fact that the people of our province are not happy about the e-tolls. And we took steps, and I've been reporting to the people of our province that the president has assured me again and again that this matter is receiving his attention, and an announcement will be made as soon as the president deems it fit to do so. There's the second issue I want to bring back to the 6th NCOP. When we were having the election of the chairperson of the NCOP and the deputy chairperson, the legislature of Gauteng mandated me to never let you off the hook as the NCOP, to always remind you that our legislature is underrepresented. We have 15.2 million people who live in Gauteng. The 73 members were fixed when the population of the people of Gauteng was 7.8 million. So we have 73 members of the legislature. That 73 was fixed when the population of our province was 7.8 million. We are now 15.2 million people in Gauteng. So I want to bring it back to you. You are the house that represents the interests of provinces. That we want you to be seized with this matter. Even if by the time you leave here, you just assure us that we are seized with your matter. Just an assurance that you are seized with this matter. Because we know we can only have a maximum of 80 seats in a legislature. But I also know Gauteng is not the only legislature that is underrepresented. The population has increased in many parts of our country, in many provinces, and there are provinces that are also affected by this review. So we want you as our house to take this matter very, very seriously. So I want to conclude, therefore, because I'm not taking you through that whole sort of detail on growing Gauteng together, to say that as a province, we are on course. And we have put a very, very sound plan for this decade, supported by the political parties in our legislature. In fact, just 2 weeks ago, when we were having a discussion on other issues, apart from the debate on SOPA, the different political parties were saying, no, Premier, we support your plan on this, we support your plan on that. So this GGT 2030 has got very strong support, but the different parties would say, but we want to be sure that you will implement the plan. And I want to assure you that the plan is going to be the basis on which you must evaluate us. We want the NCOP to know that Gauteng has got a plan and that we are following on our plan. But COVID-19 is a big disruptor. So you can think of all the plans of our country and everywhere, but coronavirus is a big disruptor. So we've got to adjust our plans to focus on this pandemic, because in all fairness, we didn't take into account that there will be such a major pandemic that will affect us. I'm sure all our national plans, all the things we wanted to do on the economy and so on are going to be affected by this plan. So even some of the resources we wanted to direct to other interventions, fixing our province, we will have to speed them up. For example, we want our public health system use this crisis to also ensure we fast track the strengthening of our public health system. Some of those things that we were thinking we will do 4 years later, we have to do them now to strengthen our public health system. But thank you so much. We have a full report you are going to get from the different MECs, and I want members to leave here knowing that growing Gauteng together is a comprehensive response to the issues raised by the NCOP about the impact of migration on a province like Gauteng. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. I just saw that mentality of youth league that you spoke about, it's not here. You know what we spoke about, because she couldn't stop you. Now, thank you very much for the speakers in the first session. We are going to continue now, and session 2 will be facilitated by Honorable Nyambi and Honorable Nkosi Malobane. So we will request them to come to the stage. We will allow them to chair the next session. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Speaker, and Honorable Premier. Thank you, my co-chairperson, Honorable Deputy Speaker. We will now allow the next session to continue.
Morning, colleagues. Morning, colleagues. The Deputy Chair and the Premier and the Speaker have done our task to be much more easier. Scaling down Chief Whip does not mean that we are not going to have the relevant ministers coming in, because there are issues that are of national competence. What we want to highlight, Premier, is that being here as NCOP, when we were introduced, we have a delegation that is in Tshwane to deal with the very same issue that we have reported. And as NCOP last week, we took an official decision that our last sitting will be in Gauteng as a house to deal with the outcome, either to accept or reject what the select committee of COGTA will be doing. So they are in Tshwane assisting with that regard. So we don't just make the commitments whenever there are issues that we are dealing with as NCOP. The important issue that we want to explain is that at all times as NCOP, when we are in these provinces, we are guided by a constitution that we understand that the constitution is defining our role, that these spheres of government, they are very distinctive in nature, interrelated, but of course interdependent. So we're not coming with any big brother or big sister attitude. But the challenge is when we have issues that must be done by the national department and we'll be blaming a provincial department, or issues that are supposed to be done by local government and we'll be blaming a provincial department. The Chief Whip will be guiding us with my colleague, the Chair of Chairs of Gauteng, Honorable Nkosi Malobane, about the relevant one or two ministers that are not here. Without much ado, I'll take this opportunity to invite the Deputy Minister of Home Affairs, Honorable Nzuza, to come and share with us what they have done with the issues that were raised when we're here in Gauteng and all the executive undertakings, because we're not starting the process afresh. Honorable Nzuza. It's not going to do a harm if we can do a good round of applause.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to the leadership from the provincial government and also colleagues from the national government. As indicated by the Chair, I will not be going through item by item on issues that were raised. What we have done is that we have compiled this report, Chair. We have compiled this report for yourselves, where it highlights issue by issue and how those issues have been resolved. It is our belief from Home Affairs that the issues that will have been identified in a specific branch through an oversight, we do not just deal with them by resolving the issue at a branch, but we deal with them by resolving the issue in the entire branch network of Home Affairs. And some of the issues identified in certain branches obviously have a recurring impact, even including other business units of Home Affairs. Now, the first issue that we noted is around the issue of foreign national children and on immigration issues, which appeared very strongly as the Premier had reflected. The first issue that we think we must explain before even citing progress and intervention matters is who becomes a South African. Well, sometimes we often confuse that. Others even believe that if a child is born in South Africa, they immediately become a South African. A child in South Africa follows the status of their parents. Follows the status of their parents. Which means if a child is born in South Africa and the parents are South Africans, the child becomes a South African. And this has huge impact, both in the health system, and that's why I'm consistently looking at you, MEC for Health, because this thing has huge impact on our social bill. Health, education, and welfare. So it's not just an issue of status and then it ends there. Because you have to then factor in the actual costs that you are gonna recur as a result of all these children who are then born into South Africa under the perception that immediately when they are born here, they assume South African citizenship. As well as children that are born even outside of the country, but they are born to South African parents, they become South African. If one of the parents is South African, the child can be a South African citizen depending on the decision that is taken by the parents to say we are registering the child as a South African, or unless if one of the parents decide otherwise. What we do with foreign national children who are born in South Africa is that our responsibility as Home Affairs is that we now issue what we call a notice of birth. And that notice of birth must then go to the relevant country, and that particular country must then issue a birth certificate, and it becomes the responsibility of Home Affairs to then give that child the status of the parents. If the parents are here on permanent residence, if the parents are here on a visitor's visa, if the parents are here on the working visa, if the parents are here on the study visa. And then that's why we should not be having a problem with regards to foreign national children born in South Africa but have documents, and the parents have documents. The problem we face is on illegal immigration, where a child is born in South Africa out of illegal migrants. Because even if you issue a notice of birth, but you have a problem on what status do you then give this particular child. But we are dealing with the issue. We are working with the Department of Education. We have set up a team to specifically deal with the issue of these children in the education system. There are issues that have been raised around the paternal tests that are required, and that there are a number of fathers who are denied to just be given certificates, birth certificates for children on the basis that they say, here is a mother, here I am as a father. The mother has left the country, but the mother is a foreign national, I am a South African. Part of what Home Affairs is doing is that we have moved from the social cluster to the security cluster, because part of our responsibility has a lot to do with security. It is easier for us to determine a mother as a mother, but it is difficult to determine a father as a father, because a single father can come with 10 children and say, these are all my 10 children, their mothers are foreign nationals, they have left the country, please register them as my children, because biology allows for that to happen, for me to then have 10 children. And that is why we then have to put in this internal control measure of saying we have to have certainty on the paternity and of those fathers being real fathers, so that we also protect the sovereign integrity of the country. Our problem is on illegal immigration. We are dealing with it, and we are very happy with the work that has been done by the NCOP in processing the Border Management Authority Bill, which has subsequently gone through to Parliament and now is sitting at the hands of the President. And thank you very much. This will go a long way in resolving our immigration problems as a country. We are now in the process of setting up the physical management structure of the Border Management Authority. We have already started the processes of getting all the services that are required to make sure that people who come into South Africa are duly authorized to do so that we protect the sovereign integrity of our borders and restore them into a condition that is proper and fit, and continue to encourage those who want to enter the country to do so in a legal manner. Because the operations that we have been carrying, even here in Gauteng, and working with the Premier, the police under Operation Ukai Mulau, really do not cement the problem. Because if you deal with deportation and you have a weak border system, it means whoever you are deporting can come back tomorrow. And we'll tell you jokes about this thing, that some of the people, when you deport them and you leave them there, they can say, thank you very much, bye-bye, we'll see you tomorrow. because we have not dealt with the sovereign integrity of our borders, and the Border Management Authority will do so. The issue of war on queues, we have taken the issue of queues and flagged it as a ministerial priority for the department, which means the department in its Triple M meetings will always look at the issue of the war on queues. We have also dealt with issues of systems improvement. We are also increasing our footprint to banks and mobile offices. We are already running pilots on the mobile units. We have about 100 units that we have deployed to various provinces, which will increase our footprint and home affairs and decrease the congestion in physical offices. Because we believe that the way to the future is not just about increasing footprint by increasing offices, but it is about increasing accessibility to home affairs. And these mobile units that we have deployed will assist us a great deal in dealing with that. One of the biggest problems that we have had is around the cap as introduced by National Treasury on staff. In the 1920 financial year, we had a cap of 3.5 billion. It has now increased to 3.8 billion for the year 2020-2021. But we are looking at means of dealing with this issue because we have limited resources. But we have said, because we presented this issue also to the President on his visit to the Department of Home Affairs, that Home Affairs can't be treated the same as other departments. We should be looking at it in the same way we look at Department of Health, where we need a lot of staff in our front end support to make sure that we deal with such issues as the issues of queues. But we think that the increase in the budget, which is of about 300 million, will deal with the issue. Corruption was raised as a serious issue in some of our offices. We are continuing with our counter-corruption strategy. We're now in the process of hiring a DDG to deal with counter-corruption and security. In the year 1920, we have had officials, 11 of them who have been convicted, not just charged, who have been convicted for corruption, which means we are on course and we are continuing to make sure that we fight corruption. But we will encourage members of the public to also inform us of specific cases where corruption has been identified as a problem so that we can swiftly act. And corruption really does provide a serious problem for us, especially in the border environment. In terms of early birth registration program, we are now expanding our footprint over the next 5 years to make sure that we have Home Affairs offices in birth registration facilities. And this year we had increased our target from 41, because we had met it by the last month, to 71. Next financial year, we're increasing it to about 300 centers. And that we have mainly been focusing in health birth centers, which give birth to about 5,000 children in a year. We have made this a specific program that has been placed under the office of the deputy minister. And we will consistently work together with the Department of Health to make sure that we increase our footprint. In the current financial year, we have met our target by more than 810,000 births being registered within 30 days. To deal with the issue of making sure that all school children have smart card IDs, we have deployed our mobile units on certain specific days to focus specifically on schools. We were anticipating to run the pilot on the 28th, of this march in the Free State. But because we are no longer allowed to have the huge gatherings, we'll then look at another day. I'm still going to count if we are 100 here. My minister is consistently calling me to check how many are we inside here. In conclusion, Chair, I would like to cite the specific visit which was conducted in one of our Alex branch and indicate that one extra photo booth has been allocated and has been dispersed to Alex. We have had 5 additional computers and counters, additional 75 people queuing space, training of staff services delivery improvement, signage for regulation of queuing, and introduction of the query management system on that specific visit. And as indicated, all others are contained in this report. Thank you very much, Chair, for giving us the opportunity to come and present the progress we have made. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning. We are informed that the Minister of Police is not here and he didn't send any representative to present on his behalf. We are also aware that Minister Lamula is also not here. Again, he didn't send any rep to present on his behalf. We are left with MEC Safety. We hope she'll be able to also address some of the issues that she's gone. Unyamale. She was here a few minutes ago. Or she's coming back. Okay. We hope that MEC Safety will also try and cover some of the issues. Zamapoisa. So we'll then request that MEC Faith Mazibuko come forward and make her presentation. I will also request that the MMCs that are here, MMCs for safety, that are here, particularly MMCs from Johannesburg, Eguruleni, Sidibeng, Westland, as well as, I think from Lisedi, please come forward so that it will be easier for you to address us from the podium. So if you are here, it's better than when you are on the floor. Can we then have MEC Faith Mazibuko to come forward and make her presentation? Thank you very much. Oh, okay. No, that's beautiful. The Deputy Minister of Police, I'm told that is coming in. So I will then request that although we'll be hijacking him, I'll ask the MEC to start first and make a presentation. And thereafter, the Deputy Minister of Police will then come in and make his presentation. MEC Mazibuko, thank you very much. I'm sorry that I had to call you whilst you were out receiving the Deputy Minister of Police.
Thank you very much, Program Directors, Chairperson. Somebody help us here. Brigadier Pende, come. Thank you, Chair. The reason I'm outside, I'm trying to sort out who must do presentation. Now that the Deputy Minister is not necessarily coming, there is a security cluster meeting. You know, since this corona, all of us are being dragged pants phezulu ke manje in many meetings. So she's attending to that meeting. But what is crucial is that the questions that were asked by the NCOP, they are more operational, Chair. So that's why now I'm going to ask Brigadier Bender to be the one who speak to those responses, because I can't stand here and commit that Moffat View will get 10 cars. Ngizozithatha phi mina? Kusho ukuthi it's Minister Cele who must bring those 10 cars, or the National Commissioner of Police who must make sure. So can we allow Brigadier Bender to be the one that does the presentation, Chair, in response to those questions that were posed by the NCOP? Brigadier, come no.
Thanks. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you. I'm going to respond. I also think that the report was provided. The specific issues that was highlighted during the previous visit, also pertaining to two specific stations that was visited, namely Diepsloot and Pitfontein Police Station. So the majority of the feedback will also then focus on those two stations. The first executive undertaking that was highlighted is that the NCOP to be lobbied in facilitating a national intervention to address the scourge of crime. And specifically with Gauteng province, we just like to give feedback that the following measures have been implemented in Gauteng to deal with this crime. I think everybody heard about the execution of Operation Ukai Malau, which is a multidisciplinary approach, including provincial as well as local government, as well as other law enforcement agencies to address critical hotspots and to restore public trust in the province. We also have Project Gau Bullet, which is also a multidisciplinary intervention focusing on the eradication of cash in transit, robberies in Gauteng, which also offers high-level intelligence-driven and a combat approach. It's also the activation of the following specialized task teams to address specific crimes. We have the Taxi Violence Task Team, the Anti-Gang Task Team, we have a Mamelodi Crime Combating Team, Westbury Crime Combating Team, Provincial Drug Task Team, the Provincial Trio Task Team, as well as the Provincial Liquor Task Teams. And all these task teams then function under the auspices of the relevant Deputy Provincial Commissioner, either in terms of crime detection or in terms of policing. When we go to the specific visits to the stations in terms of Diepsloot, the recommendation of the executive undertaking in terms of Diepsloot was that the management of the Diepsloot station will provide the NCOP with information regarding vehicle requirements of the police station, and the SAPs to provide the Diepsloot police station also with more vehicles, especially vehicles for rural policing. The report back to the NCOP is that a total of 8 vehicles were allocated to Diepsloot police station in the 2018-19 financial year. And then the specific that was provided, there was 3 four-wheel drive vehicles, 1 two-wheel drive vehicle, and 2 more vehicles, as well as 1 prisoner truck. However, the Diepsloot police station has a total of 45 vehicles against the required number of 56, which leaves a shortage of 11 vehicles. Now, this shortage of 11 vehicles have been alleviated during the 2019-2020 financial year, where those 11 vehicles have been delivered to the Diepsloot police station. In terms of our visible policing environment, they received 7 vehicles, and the detective environment received 4 vehicles. And all of these vehicles are double cabs, with the exception of 1, which is a Volkswagen Golf GTI. The next visit was to the Pitfontein police station, and the first recommendation was that the SAPS is to upgrade the Pitfontein police station, or in the alternative, lease or build a new police station. This appears to be a bit problematic. In 2018, the Department of Public Works, which is the custodian of the government buildings, was requested to procure alternative accommodation, and the funding was confirmed and approved. The procurement instruction is awaited from DPW for the process of the procurement to proceed. However, there has been some change in this. We've learned that instead of acquiring new accommodation, the Department of Public Works renewed the lease with the current owner until 2022. The second aspect highlighted in terms of Pitfontein was the SAPS to construct a new user-friendly holding cells for the Pitfontein police station. The current police station is a private lease. The owners of the facility effected work to upgrade the holding cells. However, the workmanship was questioned by SAPS. The Department of Public Works has been requested to have a site meeting, and the findings of these inspections were brought to the attention of the Department of Public Works to liaise with the landlord and effect the necessary repairs, including the holding cells. The landlord has done some of these repair work. The next undertaking or recommendation in terms of Pitfontein was that the Department of Police is to upgrade the disability facilities and construct additional ablution facilities at the Pitfontein Police Station, and also to construct additional park home units for use by the station. The response received is that the additional accommodation in the form of park homes could not be placed at the police station as it is a leased property. The SAPS is not allowed to invest money in private property, and park homes are categorized as immovable assets. Alternative accommodation will be the ultimate solution to the accommodation challenge, as was also highlighted to the Department of Public Works. The last aspect highlighted in terms of Pitfontein was that the SAPS is to improve on the human and physical resources allocated to the Pitfontein Police Station. The fixed establishment of the police station is currently at 109. That is the number of funded posts granted. The station has a total of 106 personnel against the number of 109, which indicates a staffing level of 97.25%. However, 6 entry-level posts were allocated during the 2018-2019 intake, and the entry-level allocation for the 2019-2020 financial year is still awaited from our national head office. In terms of vehicles, the police station has a total of 22 vehicles against the required number of 27 vehicles, which indicate a shortage of 5 vehicles. 4 of these vehicles have already been allocated to the station in the 2019-2020 financial year, of which 3 has been delivered. 1 vehicle is still outstanding from the suppliers. Then they would have received their complement of 4 vehicles. Then lastly, Chair, just in terms of additional resources allocated, as mentioned in terms of Pitfontein, total of 6 new student constables have been allocated to the station. In terms of Diepsloot, 22 new constables have been allocated to Diepsloot for the 2018-19 financial year, which these constables passed out from the college at the end of last year. And then the vehicles planned for these 2 stations for the 2020-2021 financial year, although we're still waiting the budget, is Pitfontein to receive an additional 3 vehicles and Diepsloot to receive an additional 5 vehicles. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I requested that MMCs should come forward to also make their own presentation, the 10 minutes presentations. Can I check if MMCs are here? No? Kunzima mos ikorona ifikile. Can I check if MMCs are here? Okay, MEC? No comments?
Chair will allow members, maybe when they pose questions, will be able to respond.
Okay, fine.
Thank you.
Okay, fine. It is now time for honorable members from both the province and national to interact with the 2 presentations made by the Deputy Minister, Foreign Affairs, as well as the Brigadier from SAPS. The MEC will then respond to some of the questions that members will be asking. Can I then get hands? Ama-maskers wafakuma so infected already. Nathusa phela uma niwafake ningekho infected. Can I get hands? 1. Who else is here? Yeah. 1, 2. Ngicela mic. Mic, please. Thank you, sir. Number 1 is there at the back.
Honorable Chair, and also the ministers, deputy ministers. I think under
Can you
the,
introduce yourself, please?
I'm a special delegate to the NCOP from Eastern Cape, Honorable Pillay. I want to say that under the backdrops of the Corona Gate, we may not say, and we may say that these people are not appearing. I think that should be something else. My question first to the first presentation to the Deputy Minister, that as he articulated about to manage the current situation, the Home Affairs and other places are actually facing funding issues. There is funding which is coming down. But now the issue is going to be more worse because all the economic activities are going to be slowed down. Now, how are we going to manage that situation? Because we do not have enough people. Especially if we look at this particular province. The province which is actually the nucleus of everything, where we know that there are a lot of people who are not accounted for. But if these people are not accounted, we need to know that who is there, who is not there. But we need to have people, human resource, and other things. So in this kind of financial fiscus is shrinking, how are you going to manage that? Secondly, this particular province got an important aspect in terms of the economic activities. It needs a lot of people, especially the migrants who are coming with skills. How are we dealing that work permit issue of that migrants? People who are actually having the skills. Because we do have a policy, I understand. But many a times this policy does not correlate or manifest into a person who is really needed by probably a corporate sector or a bank to be employed. Is that challenge going to be addressed? In terms of the second presentation, I want to ask you a particular question on the safety and security. The brigadier was talking about cash in transit. Unfortunately, since the last visit, which I was not part, we know that there is a surge in the cash in transit. And how these new changes and the new police stations and the new developments and strategies you put is addressing that. Secondly, it's an important problem, the gender violence, which we are going to talk maybe even after, which can only be addressed by the social cohesion. What is the security cluster doing that people to feel that there is cohesion, not in terms of ceremonious way, but really it can be possible within the communities? Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Number 2.
Thank you very much, Chair. My question, I'll pose it to the...
Please introduce yourself, ma'am.
Okay. My name is Brenda Matebul, special delegate from... permanent delegate from the NCOP. My question, I'll pose it to the Deputy Minister of Home Affairs. Whether you have any plan that you have put in place to deploy mobile trucks to squatter camp, because I only heard you mentioning schools only, so that it can reduce number of people going to Home Affairs. And then question number 2, it will go to Brigadier. I don't remember the name. I will just say Brigadier. Whether you have considered establishing police forums in squatter camps to assist you in those areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there another hand? Member Makakula, and I'm sorry, I don't see you guys here. And you say, okay, Member Makakula.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. My name is Thokozile Makakula. I'm the member of the Provincial Legislature, Gauteng. My question goes to Brigadier. I want to know he has reported that Petfontein Police Station, they have renewed the lease. And the recommendation from the people was that that police station is not accessible, number one. An alternative land was supposed to be looked at and built a new police station. It's not accessible, it's not in a conducive place, and why the lease was renewed and the mandate of the people is opposing that. So who's supposed to, because the people, they are the one who are using that police station, but who took the decision that oppose the mandate of the people, number one. Number two, a police station in Guatemala. We don't have a police station, I think, you know, they're using Amazozo, and it's very difficult, very conducive, unhealthy situation. I don't know, I haven't heard anything about Iguatema. What is the way forward about Iguatema? And we have visited Tama police station last year. And most of the police stations, especially in Benoni, we don't have victim empowerment centers. And they are using only Benoni. From Twatwa to all those areas which are too far. And our people don't have access to Uwe Benoni because they're not working. They have to, if you are from Davidton, you have to take 2 taxis before you reach Benoni. And at that time, what's happening? And we want answers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Next speaker.
Thanks very much, Chair. The Premier indicated that crime is the 3rd biggest concern of the people of Gauteng.
Can you please introduce yourself?
Seiso Mohai, permanent delegate, the NCOP. The Premier indicated, as I said, that crime is the is the 3rd biggest concern. It is in fact even surpassing housing. It will be important to understand the pattern of crime in Gauteng and what are activities of the provincial government to mobilize communities to deal with crime in whatever manifestation it presents itself. So can we understand a coordinated approach in terms of dealing with socio-economic activities that result into crime, as Gauteng is the economic hub of the South African government? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Number 5, this. Yeah, we also have correctional services. If there are questions directed to correctional services, please can ask. There is someone who will respond to them. Number 5.
Good morning. My name is Andrew Arnolds. I'm a permanent delegate, NCOP from the Western Cape. The Premier has mentioned, and I think the people of Gauteng have spoken in terms of the e-tolls. And it was mentioned now that the President is currently dealing with the issue, but I think in terms of what the people also have said about e-tolls, they don't want e-tolls. So I think that is a report and feedback that we need to get as soon as possible. The other issue that I want to raise is the Premier also has, in his address, said that 50% crime can be reduced to 50%. But if you look now at the report coming from the Brigadier in terms of the 2 stations only, it is mentioned now that there's only 6 constables and then the 22 for the Diepsloot police station. And in terms of resources, I don't think it is fair, and in terms of effective policing, that the total amount is actually not gonna assist to reduce the crime to the levels it is supposed to be. Then the other thing is, the lease agreement of the police station that was now extended, I don't think that was a good suggestion and idea in terms of accessibility of that police station for the public. And I think that needs you must explain what is the reason why the lease was extended now and not another place found for that police station. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member Mncube.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. My first question will be directed at the Home Affairs. I am deployed at Randburg Parliamentary Constituency Office, and one of my area is Diepsloot. And the problem of that area is crime. And when police are getting these people, they come back, they release them because nothing traces them. Their fingerprints are not appearing anywhere because of undocumented, they don't have any documentation that tells us or them that they are being Mncube from wherever. So on the process of that was established by the police, the Minister of Police, how far are you in terms of documenting them? The demography there in Diepsloot is that 60% of the population there are people coming outside of South Africa. And that creates a so-called xenophobic, because a lot of crime comes from their area. In schools, there are gangsterism. There's gangsterism in schools. And when we trace it back, it starts from where they stay. And most of the time, it is from the people that are outside South Africa. So how far in terms of documenting them? And for police, crime also in Diepsloot is the problem. In terms of addressing them, when Minister of Police intervened, how far is your process in terms of trying to eliminate or deal with a crime in that area? I've heard about the station, but irrespective of whether the station is there, there has to be something that is done in terms of addressing the crime. Thank you.
Honorable Gideon.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Honorable Gillian. I'm a permanent delegate in the NCOP. Chairperson, allow me, out of this report, when we go to business and crime, I really need to know from Gauteng, MEC, the issue with the unregistered spaza shops and Sabines within the Gauteng area has also highlighted a lot of issues and concerns from residents that is of national concern. And what are the measurements and your plans that you have in place to work towards registering this unregistered and illegal operations that is happening all over in the province? Then the issue of, towards the generators at Leeuwkop Prison to Correctional Services, MEC, that in the report are saying that it is in operation, but the diesel costs are very high. Did you make plans in your budget to make sure that this generator will be in operation throughout? Then also the issue of the overcrowding at Leeuwkop Prison. I can see within this report, this is specifically to the correctional services, that you are working very closely with the Department of Justice on this. But what are your plans that you have in place for the overcrowding? Then the foreign nationals, MEC at Hillbrow Police Station, out of this report, it seems like that you have improved your technology for the fingerprints, but it's not linked. It is linked to the Department of Home Affairs, but you still have challenges in tracking them. So what is the plans that you have to make sure that this will be successful? Thank you.
Honorable Miemang.
Thank you, Chairperson Muimang, Permanent Delegate from Northern Cape. Chair, mine relates to an incident that happened between our previous visit in 2018 and this visit around an attack by policemen by the foreign nationals somewhere around Hillbrow. I'm raising this point given the fact that the sovereignty of our country is important, and an incident that creates an impression that our police is under attack indeed does not augur well. It undermines the integrity and the sovereignty of our country. Can we kindly be taken into confidence in terms of what has happened with regard to that incident? I suspect it was around Hillbrow somewhere. Thank you, Chairperson.
We'll get the responses starting with the Deputy Minister of Home Affairs, Honorable Nzunza.
No, thank you, Chair. As indicated, I'm going to request to be excused to go and join the JCPS cluster meeting to deal with the recent developments and as they are happening in the country. Probably, Chair, let me start by the last question. There is no law in South Africa that says if you are a foreign national, you must not abide to the laws of the country. You can't say when a person is doing something that is wrong and that is against the law, before you want to arrest them, you want to say, no, which nationality do you belong to? And if they say, no, I'm actually not a South African, then you start treating that person differently. They must be treated the same, and that is why our view as Home Affairs is that a person who is doing something wrong must be arrested and must be charged and must be jailed, irregardless of whether they are foreign nationals or they are refugees or they are asylum seekers. The other issue is that a person, honorable member, who is undocumented is illegal and must be reported and must be deported. If a person says, I'm undocumented, that person, this is something that we have to deal with and take each other through. There is a difference between foreign nationals and undocumented people. Undocumented people, they do not have a document because they entered the country illegally. That's why they are not documented. If a person enters the country legally, they either have a passport, they either have a visa, they either have a permit as an asylum seeker. So if you meet a person, especially from the police, anywhere, if they say, no, we're undocumented, that person is illegal and should be arrested and brought to us, and we must deport that person. Now we are all scared, Corona. The other issue of the people without fingerprints, those are illegal people. Those are illegal people. If the police say we've caught someone and the person we've caught, we can't find any document on them and they do not have fingerprints, that's because they are illegal. And the procedure applies. Call Home Affairs, we take them to Lindela, we deport them. That becomes the role of Home Affairs. As indicated on a question asked by Honorable Brenda, we are not using the mobile trucks only on squatter camps. The design of the trucks is actually to go anywhere, including in areas where there will have been disaster, for instance, fires, and the area has burned down. We send the trucks there. We have tested them even in deep rural areas to check that they are working, and they are working just fine. So they will not just be the sole preserve of the schools or squatter camp or rural areas. They are designed to increase our footprint everywhere in the country. And they do have that capacity. In a day in a school, it was able to do about 290 applications when we were piloting it in the Northern Cape. That's the capacity it has. So the answer is yes, we'll go to squatter camps, we'll go to townships, we'll go to rural areas, we'll go to suburbs, we'll go anywhere where our service is required with the mobile units. On the two questions asked by Honorable Pillay around the issue of managing staffing. You see, our problem as Home Affairs is not just the issue of money. It's not about money. It's about the cap that we have been told that keep your spending on staff and employees at this number. We have one of the most progressive SOEs. I know others are struggling with their state-owned enterprises that are always chowing money from government. We have government printing works. At some point, we deposited back to the fiscus about $500 million from government printing works, which is money that we had generated. Over the next 3 years, with projects of about $1 billion that we are going to embark on, but we are still going to be sending almost about 300 million over the next 3 years back to the fiscus. So if it was according to us, we will just take that money and use it to hire more people. But the issue is that there is policy that says, do not hire above this particular cap. And that is why when I say we are engaging as government to deal with the issue, we're engaging with Treasury and the President to say open a special dispensation for Home Affairs because it is a high labor intensive kind of a department that requires a lot of our people to be at the front end support in order to increase service delivery. Because one of the things that is unique about Home Affairs is that if they are not happy with you, Dr. Masuku, if they are not happy with your services at health, they run to Netcare. They can do that. If they are not happy with education, they can run to a private school. If you are not happy with the police, you run through what to call a private security. But what makes us unique is that you are not going to get anybody issuing you an identity document. You have to come to Home Affairs. And we always say to our staff, get it the first time around because this service, you are not going to get it anywhere. I'm not demobilizing resources for you. I think you need a lot more resources, Deputy Minister of Health, as health. But also, we are very unique ourselves because we have to provide a service that you cannot get anywhere else. We have to manage a very, on the second question, we have to maintain a very tight rope as a country. And I can tell you, South Africans are not xenophobic. Because when you are xenophobic, you hate a person on the basis of the country of their origin. We are dealing with a problem far greater than that. And I will really plead with us to really avoid saying South Africans are xenophobic. We encouraged the attacks on foreign nationals, but those attacks to a larger extent were motivated by the economic conditions. It was an economic issue more rather than the issue of hate and hatred to foreign nationals. And I think we must deal with that issue. But that does not mean we must now suspend our laws. Because that's the other problem. The children who are born in South Africa, they are not being denied the right to go to school. They are not being denied the right to go to school. The issue is about their parents acting in a responsible manner so that the children can follow the status of their parents and be allowed to go to school. If a person is in South Africa legally and they have a study visa, or let me say a work permit, and they are working in South Africa, if their child is born, we issue a notice of birth, then the parents are supposed to act in a responsible manner and take that notice of birth to the embassy of their country of origin, which will notify their Department of Home Affairs or Internal Affairs and issue a birth certificate. And then we issue the status to the child. And then the child can go to school. Now the problem is that we want to take what is already wrong and regularize it. And say that no, because the parents are here illegally, therefore regularize the illegality of the parents. And we should not be doing that. Because by doing that, you are promoting that no, people must just come into the country illegally because at some point things will just happen and will eventually give one form of document or another. Just find your way there, which is wrong, and we don't think that should happen. And that is why now, as indicated, the Border Management Authority will strengthen our borders. Will strengthen our borders. I was hearing others were saying now close the borders. But some couple weeks ago they were saying, when this coronavirus strike, others were saying now, no, they were the first ones to shout, close the borders. But before that they were saying, destroy all the borders. But today they are saying, no, close the borders. So it's a problem of thought. And we will continue with our determination to make sure that we put up the Border Management Authority to secure the sovereign integrity of our borders and make sure that each and every person who comes into the country comes in a legal fashion. And then we will continue with our responsibility of doing inspections, of making sure that those who are in the country illegally, we take them, place them in Lindela, and deport them to go to their various countries up until they come into the country in a legal manner. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Correctional Services. Is it a follow-up on the Deputy Minister? Both of you? Before he leaves? Okay, ma'am. Okay, Makubela?
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. There are just two questions. In Gauteng, we are currently treating about 40% of illegal immigrants, Deputy Minister, eating on our budget, which clearly shows that the systems of vetting is not working. But the second issue is that you, in two instances, you have an MP, and perhaps the NCOP must come back with detailed information on that. Born of two parents, one from Malawi, the other from Zimbabwe. Loud mouth in parliament there, insulting us here, the children of this land. We want
members, please, order.
Yeah.
Order.
They are behaving as if it's Malawi. It's not Malawi here. Relax.
Order.
Yeah. So we want to get, Deputy Minister, we want to get detailed information as whether MP Naledi Chirwa, her parents regularized her birth into this country. The last issue is that the DA gave us an MMC. They gave us an MMC there in Tswane called Sheila Sukumbugugwe. I don't even know how to pronounce it. We want to get a detailed information as to whether, how was she able, both of these two people, plus their coalition partners, how are they able to field MPs and MMCs when they are foreigners? Because the president of this country can't be insulted by illegal immigrants in parliament. Please, thank you very much.
Member MPC?
Thank you very much.
Member MPC, please continue.
Thank you. My name is John PC, the member of the Gauteng
Can
Legislature.
members behave in an honorable way, please?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is not kindergarten, please. Can you behave? Kubeka baba.
I think the leadership of the NCOP must help us. In Gauteng, we don't behave like that.
I'm an Sisiman. Hey.
No, I've long introduced myself because you're not a good listener, that's why.
And we're getting a cheppies.
No, ufano yingisela loko vanhu vakulukumba va vulavula. Chair, I think you must make a ruling. We are still in parliament.
Member
deal with.
PC, please address your point.
My point
The
is,
Deputy
Chair.
Minister need to leave.
Deputy Minister, we have a school in Winterfeld. 48% of the learners there, they can't even speak one of our own languages. And I heard you now saying that we can't deny them education. But there are languages that we do not have or offer in this country. What do we do with such situation where these young kids are in our schools and there are no teachers who can speak Portuguese or French in our schools? Thank you very much.
Deputy Minister, please respond. I only recognize 2 people who requested to speak before the Deputy Minister leaves. So I'm going to ask him to respond, and thereafter other members will then respond. Other members of the panel will respond.
No, thank you, Chair. On the questions asked by Honorable Makubela, we are ready. We can finish. In fact, we will finish because whatever is requested here, it's actually a formal request. We will finish the NCOP with the report on the issue of the Tshwane councillor. We will finish a report because we had investigated the matter. And also, I think we are receiving a request here to then look into the issue of the MP Chirwa and provide a report to the NCOP because it's being requested here, and we will do that. We will provide that particular report. Again, Chair, I must make it clear that when we are talking about the children following the status of their parents, it does get a bit complicated as you go along, because that is the principle. But we do conduct investigations, Honorable Makubela. There have been instances where we have found even people in political offices that there was actually fraud that would have been committed to obtain citizenship. And we do not take that issue lightly. We actually act. And we do findings and we do the reports and then we issue advisory notes. So there are cases that we have dealt with in the past. So if there is a formal request to look into this one, we will deal with it. One of the problems, as you were asking Honorable Makubela, is the burden that illegal immigration is placing on our social bill, which results in a continuous and perpetual spending on the social bill that we really have an appetite to touch because it deals with the lives of our citizens. And that is why we are having this Border Management Authority bill to deal with the issue of illegal immigration, reduce the pressures it puts on the social welfare structure. Because in some instances, when you are in hospitals around Musina, I'm sure DM for health will have further figures. But on conducting some of the visits in the hospitals around Musina, you find that out of 10 beds, you can find that in an instance, in a day, if there are 10 beds, sometimes, not all the days, you will find that it's only one child that is born of South African of South African parents. So that poses a challenge on our social welfare bill. We had a difficulty, honorable member, and we do, especially with our asylum seeker regime on translation. It's a big problem, where every time you have to adjudicate an application, you must speak in a language that the person who's applying for asylum must be able to converse in, which means we have had to hire quite a lot of translators as the department. But that taught us that we're opening ourselves up for fraud. As you bring in the interpreter, and the interpreter gains experience, because they sit with over time, they sit with adjudicators. They then get to listen on what kind of stories make them successful, refugees, as asylum seekers when they are looking. And then these interpreters, they start teaching people when they come in. No, don't say this, say this. Don't say this, say this. And our officials will be sitting there because they don't hear what they are saying. They are actually being taught. So it's a serious problem. It's not only a problem that is there in schools only. But I think the issue of improving languages and making South Africa to be a country that is more open to other languages, I think that is a competence of the Department of Education, and I think education and the social cluster will deal with the issue. We have a responsibility of making sure that those children who are there are actually in the country legally, and we issue them with the relevant documentation. One of the things that I will request, Chair, is that if there are instances like we have designed with members of parliament, our offices are open to deal with specific rare cases that will have happened, and we do take them up. If you know an area where we can do something, please do let us know, and we will make those interventions, because we must promote how we work. If you have gone somewhere as a member of parliament, you have done oversight, you have seen a problem, we might not be aware of the problem, do contact us, let us know about the problem so that we can do those immediate interventions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Deputy Minister, you are released, sir. Correctional Services?
Thank you, Chair, honorable members. My name is Takani Mulatedi. I'm the Regional Commissioner of Gauteng in the Department of Correctional Services. In relation to the issue of overcrowding at LOCOP, honorable member, we're still experiencing overcrowding at LOCOP. The last time when the NCOP visited the correctional center, we were at 30% overcrowded. That is 130% capacitated. And at this point in time, we are 127.80, meaning that we have reduced by almost 3%. The overcrowding has been reduced. That is as a result of the special remission of a sentence that was given by the President, and also some of other alternative options that we are implementing in the Department of Correctional Services. And I think as well, the issue of overcrowding, there was also a challenge that was raised, the issue of the shift pattern in correctional services, and the task team was established by the National Commissioner, and we are still negotiating the different options of the shift pattern. And one of the challenges is the budget that is also linked to the shift pattern, because it's going to require a lot of money. But as well in Gauteng, we have been given an allocation of Group 171 additional officials and 183 additional officials in Group 2 to try and reduce the challenge of shortage of officials. But indeed, given the overcrowding in Gauteng, which is currently at 42% in Gauteng, we have 37,000 offenders in Gauteng. Overcrowding remains a challenge. We release offenders. We have recently implemented special remission of sentence, but we continue to get a higher number of offenders as police intensify their efforts, as well as the Justice Department also increase their efforts. The other issue of the generators that were also a challenge during the visit of the NCOP, given the challenge of overcrowding, we have 77 generators in Gauteng, 72 of which are operational and 5 are not operational. Issues of structures as well in Gauteng, and if I was specifically going to talk about LOCOP, we still have a zinc structure at the Medium B Correctional Center, which is accommodating around 700 offenders. Yes, infrastructure is still a challenge, as well as the maintenance thereof. We still have a challenge with the Department of Public Works to continue to maintain the correctional centers. And on the issue of foreigners in Gauteng, we continue to experience a high level of number of foreigners that are incarcerated in our correctional centers. But I must also say, I think now that the Department of Home Affairs is here, we continue to have challenges in the Department of Correctional Services in Gauteng to release foreigners. The Department of Home Affairs is refusing to take the foreigners when they are taken to their offices. That remains our challenge in Gauteng. Despite a number of meetings that we have, despite a number of interventions that we have been put in place, the situation becomes better for a short period, but after some time, we continue to experience problems. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Regional Commissioner. The MEC for Community Safety, Honorable Mazibuko.
Can we have a mic here? Before, yeah, ma'am, where is the mic? Is it related to correctional services? Okay, ma'am, is it related to correctional services? Okay, related to correctional services. Okay, fine. Can I have the mic? Okay.
Chairperson, thank you very much, and thank you for that report. I'm very interested in this issue. If we see what is happening in the country at the moment when it comes to gender-based violence and femicide, and the parole that is given to offenders, and when they're outside, they do it again. Now, out of this report, you talk about the relationship between correctional services and the Department of Justice. And most of the parolees is coming back. 287, according to the report. When they receive parole, they will come back to the institution. Now, if we want really to look into this whole issue, I think we must look into it holistically, Chairperson. And if this overcrowdedness at LEOCOP is continuing, it's not going to assist us in our fight against gender-based violence. And I think from from this report, because this comes from 2018 and very long before that. And we're in 2020 now. I think something needs to be done from that department, and out of this report back and this visit to Gauteng, from the NCOP, we must really put it in our report to the minister that they must look into this issue because it's not going to assist us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. It is quite very clear, and it's said, by the way, that you can see that somehow the failures of Home Affairs are now trickling to affect all these other departments. Firstly, let me first start with a question. Can we have official numbers of foreigners who are in our correctional facilities, in Gauteng and in other provinces? Let's start with that, because we need to then start to create a distinction between people who are fugitives of the law, who come into our country and masquerade as asylum seekers, because we have to be able to do that. We have communities, if you speak about Deep Sloot, that are overrun by illegal immigrants. You have Sunnyside, which the citizens of this country has surrendered to foreigners. Here, not far from here, you have the whole of Johannesburg, the inner city of Johannesburg, which is run by foreigners. And our people don't know how to deal with this. You have those who have been granted asylum, who run spaza shops in our communities. And we cannot continue to pussyfoot around these issues of national importance. These are serious issues. We need to start acting. We need to be able not only to deal with the numbers of foreigners who are in our correctional facilities, but the amount of South African taxpayers' money that we spend on them. These are issues we need to be able to start responding to. I also have a problem with an irresponsible statement that says we have foreigners in our prison system which you want to deport just because you know they are going to come back. They are going to easily come back and commit crimes. So I'm saying that we need to get those stats so that we are able to give comprehensive responses to our people. Thank you very much.
Number 3, it's here.
Ngibonke igama lami nguSilindile wakalithuli ngiqhamuka eKZN NCOP. Mhlawumbe umuntu akabonga usegcine wakhombeka bohlalo bami lapho ngaphambili. Nanokuthi umuntu uyathemba ukuthi manje nihlezi phambili amehleni ayagijima yonke indawo ukuze sikwazi ukuthi simeleleke sonke uma ukuthi sifuna ukubuza imibuzo. But I-presentation that siyithola manje, I think enye into lento yabantu ababoshwayo asingayibuki nje ngeside elilodwa kuphela sengathi crime yenziwa abantu bokufika kuphela. Nathi ngama South Africans siyakwenza. Nanokuthi uma ngabe abantu sebeboshiwe and then sebenikezwa ama parole, umbuzo uthi lo muntu lo yena bekade ehlukumezekile noma bekade eyivictim, isystem iyakwazi nokubuka ukuthi am I ready ukuthi lo muntu njengoba nje ebuya eza la kwi-community uzokwamulekela yini nokuthi ngeke ngize kuvuse amanxeba amadala. But ke it's said because I couldn't ask a question ku deputy minister ngivalelekile ngangakhombeka. Kodwa bengizobuza, but I think I will do it in writing. Kodwa next time ngiyacela ukuthi ohlapho phambili ukuthi bangabi bias nanokuthi singayipolitiki lento yabona, because sila sizokhuluma ama matters of South Africa. So uma besofaka ipolitiki sogcina singazwani kanti into esoyenza la iyodwa. Ngiyabonga.
Number 4, it's Honorable Matebula.
Okay, Chairperson, Chame, ishkombelo ne, mitelo ko ibulabula la iranga iti introduce, and the honorable member there is not introducing himself and there's nobody talking about it. Please, can the honorable member introduce himself so that we know who is here and who is speaking? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Let's allow the regional commissioner to respond.
Can we have correctional services responding? Please respond. Please respond, ma'am. Yazi inkinga baba yini ne? Maybe ithi ngilungise ngesintu. Ama wrong ayi-2 azange alungise lutho ba. So let's make sure that all members who are here behave. Whereas we've got our senior officials that are watching us as their employers misbehaving, and that is actually unacceptable. Can all members behave ngale ndlela le? Our communities can respect us. Please. Ma'am, can we respond? I mean, people can imagine behave kanjani and then you say you are biased. Ma'am?
Thank you very much. I think the issue of the parole system in terms of us releasing the offenders, them coming back, I think the honorable member would understand that as a department, our mandate is to implement the sentences that have been imposed by the court. And upon offenders completing a minimum period within a correctional center, which is legislated that they can be looked into, they can also be released. But of course, we are also worried about the reoffending levels of offenders. And it is on that note that the minister has decided to review the parole system. I think the last 2 weeks, the minister had a meeting with the NCCS to try and look at what are the challenges in terms of the system itself and what is it that can be done. And we are also going to have a session with the chairpersons of the parole board to look at the system itself and make sure that I think we overhaul the entire system of the parole board. The number of the foreigners in Gauteng, I don't have the precise number, but they are around 5,000 at this point in time. But we would provide the precise numbers of foreigners as soon as I get the numbers from the office. And in terms of the issue of the victims, we do involve victims in the programs that we have, the victim offender dialogue, and we also do allow victims to go to the parole board sittings so that the victim can also make a representation before an offender can be released. But that does not mean that that offender will not be released at the end of the day. The offender will still be released, but we also have the victim offender dialogue, which we have implemented as a department, as a program that would address issues of reconciliation, issues of closure, and issues of understanding why the crimes were committed against the victims. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. MEC for Community Safety, Honorable Mazibuko.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members. Let me first allow Brigadier Bender to respond to those specific questions that were directed at those police stations. Then I will wrap up the presentation.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members. I will try my level best to provide the answers for the number of questions that I noted in terms of that was raised by the honorable members. In terms of the first one, in terms of the CIT robberies, as I mentioned, we have a task team that's called the Gau Bullet, and this unit consists of rapid rail members, rapid response members, TRT members, detective members that try and address this, although the case dockets of these cases are investigated by the DPCI, the Hawks. So, but this team works around the clock to make sure that we put a clamp on that CIT heists. I think it's important to mention that the Provincial Commissioner, in his endeavor to address crime, upon his arrival last year, he identified 40 police stations which contributed at that stage to 51% of the crime. So a lot of effort is placed on these police stations so that we know that if we address crime in these stations, it will ultimately address the crime in the rest of the province. In terms of the GBV, the gender-based violence, we have 22 FCS units, family violence, child protection, and sexual offences units within the province, plus another provincial unit, so that in essence gives us 23 units, which is responsible for the investigation of crimes against women, crimes against children. But they're not only responsible for the investigation of cases, they're also responsible for the creation of awareness. So they also do awareness campaigns in terms to place focus on the prevention of gender-based violence. There was a question by Honourable Member in terms of police forums in squatter camps or informal settlements. We will understand that each police station have a community policing forum. Our police stations are divided into sectors, and each sector is expected then to have a sub-forum. Now, this sector will comprise of all communities within that sector. Being it a formal settlement or informal settlement, they form part of that. The contentious issues in terms of the Pitfontein lease agreement. Honourable members, the custodian of the police buildings or police accommodation is unfortunately the Department of Public Works. Upon realization that the lease was renewed, a letter was drafted and signed by the Provincial Commissioner to the Divisional Commission of Supply Chain Management, inquiring about the renewal of the lease, as it was the expectation and the request of the end user, which is Gauteng SAPS, that alternative accommodation be sought and the lease not renewed. We're still awaiting feedback from our Divisional Commissioner via the National Department of Public Works. Honourable Member also had a question in terms of Kwatema. We know that the Kwatema is a building belonging to the local municipality. Part of the building has been condemned. The province has attempted to alleviate the accommodation problem by placing park homes. There is a project to increase the number of park homes, but difficulty is experienced in terms of permission from the Ekurhuleni Metro for placing the park homes there with specific conditions, which might be problematic for the police should the Ekurhuleni Metro need that land. If I'm not mistaken, the police have to rehabilitate as the site previously was. But there's an ongoing project in terms of that. The question regarding the victim empowerment centres, I have taken note of that, Honourable Member. The Provincial Commissioner, Lieutenant General Mawela, has appointed Major General Mataisi, one of the generals in the province, to visit all the VEC centres. And she provides feedback on a weekly basis at the Commissioner's top management meeting. I will just ensure that the two that you mentioned in terms of Benoni and Davidson also be brought to the attention of the General to see what is the dysfunctions at those VECs and how can they be addressed. There was the question in terms of the resourcing of police stations. Also, Honourable Chairs, I think everybody understands the budget constraints that we work under, and not to go into too much detail. If memory serves me well, the province, in terms of our stations, actually currently have a shortage of about 1,300 police officers in terms of the funded posts. And we're dependent on the head office to provide us allocation. Our allocation to SAPS Gauteng for Police Act members for the 19-20 financial year was just over 800. And unfortunately, that does not complement with our service terminations. Our service terminations in terms of members retiring, deaths, pension, those amount to more or less 1,000 a year. So we're struggling to keep up to track to battle or to address the service terminations. There was a question in terms of activities of provincial government to mobilize communities. I'm sure the MSC will address. I can also mention that the Provincial Commissioner since February last year embarked on a process to consult what is called stakeholder engagements. The 40 identified priority stations, the Provincial Commissioner visit on a weekly basis, actually every weekend. He visited each of those communities where he has engagement with the community leaders within that community and where they then discuss issues around crime and how the community can be mobilized to assist the SAPS in terms of that. Chair, I think I've covered most of the questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, as the Gauteng provincial government, we have also developed a policing plan that is part and parcel of growing Gauteng together. What we realize is that there are major challenges when it comes to crime that is committed in Gauteng, being contact crime, including murders, aggravated robberies, sexual offenses, crimes linked to illegal and unregulated economy, which is your illegal mining, and organized crimes, and firearms that also are related in contributing to crime. So our Gauteng policing plan seeks to help reduce crime in Gauteng by almost 50%, meaning over the next 5 years we anticipate we'll have reduced that crime. And it is based on the 5 pillars that we have agreed as the executive, including Premier, that it must actually happen. One is on leadership. We've realized that leadership at MPD level, at SAPS level, and all important stakeholders must actually play a critical role in ensuring that policing it does happen. Communication, especially imparting and exchanging information by using some media platforms and various ways of being able to communicate with our citizens in Gauteng. Proactive policing, which also means police can also initiate their own ways of fighting crime and strategies and be able to help combat crime that is that we see happening. And reactive policing, whereby police also must respond when they are called by our communities or when the crime is happening. And also community policing, which we all know that it's part and parcel of ensuring that we get communities to participate on board. So in short, honorable members, our plan is focusing on those 5 pillars, and we hope that if all of us as communities and everyone involved are working hand in glove, we can be able to assist one another. In the Premier speech, he indicated that we will be supporting the SAPS with resources, because there is a challenge, which I hope members of the select committee on policing are also going to assist. Capacity and resources is a problem in Gauteng. Majority of vans are in workshops. Almost all sectors now, they have lesser cars that are policing our areas, because majority of those vans are actually in a government garage or they've gone for repairs. So hopingly the select committee, jointly with our portfolio committee, might be able to assist us really to crack on this problem of cars that are permanently situated at garages where they are not repaired, and apparently we have to submit 6 codes before a car can actually be fixed. So these are things that actually makes our communities here in Gauteng have lesser resources and lesser police responding, and basically policemen and women sitting at the station and yet utilizing only 1 car. And also our deployment of patrollers as part of the force multiplier is to ensure that we have more men and women that are assisting to fight crime in Gauteng. But the strengthening of our community policing forums, which me and you know, they have to assist in making sure that police are held accountable, there is oversight, and there's visible policing as it is demanded by the constitution of this country. Hopingly, our response and us working together, we can be able to reduce crime in Gauteng. Thank you, Nyabo.
Thank you, MEC. Colleagues, allow me to take this opportunity to thank the DM in absentia, the MEC, Brigadier, Regional Commissioner, indicated that out of what we're doing as members of the legislature and NCOP, The only missing part is the one of public participation, but we're able to deal with oversight and looking at this process of lawmaking and the impact of it to our communities. Let me thank my colleague, Chair of Chairs. We're done with the one of security cluster. The next session will be the social cluster briefing. It will be chaired by Honorable Ngwenya, House Chairperson, and the Deputy Chair of Chairs of Gauteng, Honorable Kanyane. So it's them that will take us to lunch. Thank you very much.
Oh yeah, thank you very much. Let's have order. Chairperson of committees. Chairperson of committees. Thank you very much. Now we're getting to the third session, and the third session is about the social cluster. So we're going to get presentations. That is from education, from health, from social development. And let's give them a hearing. And in terms of the questions, we'll make a determination whether we have to interact with the presentation, because we don't have to talk to ourselves. These presentations and the questions were to be made largely, ideally, to the communities. But we'll really make an assessment so that if you interact, we open the space, that is not just a presentation. But now I would really call upon, I know the Deputy Minister of Health wants to start, also has got other engagements. So can I have the Minister ascending the stage? And also the MEC should be with us for health, so that we just move swiftly that way. And also from social development, if they can really join us here, that will be much, much better. And I'm not alone. I am with the House Chairperson, that is our Honorable Ngwenya. So she's the one, we are the co-chair. My name is Mpapa Kanyane, you've seen it there, as the Deputy Chair of Committees at the Gauteng Legislature. And without really, I just wanted to give them so that they can start with the presentation. And in terms of the questions, like I indicated, we'll really make a determination whether we'll allow the next presentation, and at the end, we take all of them because I could see that we were not really doing well with our time. And on that note, before you really sit down, you have really to start and responding to the issues that have been raised. On that note, Honorable Deputy Minister, I'm now giving you the platform, and then thanks.
Thank you very much to our chairpersons of this session. Let me pass my recognition to also the Premier of Gauteng and the MECs present. Also the Honorable Chair of the NCOP and the Deputy Chair and colleagues, Deputy Ministers who are here. Honorable chairpersons, I will indeed just give an update on matters which were raised in November 2018 with the health sector, with the Ministry of Health, both at the national and provincial. Let me state up front, honorable chairpersons, that clearly the matters raised here are the matters which the MEC of Gauteng is hands-on in dealing with. I'll give the highlight in terms of what were the issues and what has been done. And when it comes to further questions, I'm sure the MEC will be quite competent to provide some details if there are details required. The first issue which had been raised is on emergency medical services. And in terms of addressing the questions around the efficiency of the emergency medical services, steps have been taken by the health department, adding more ambulances into the fleet. More than 130 intermediate life support ambulances have been purchased. 20 multi-purpose ambulances also been provided. 20 planned patient transport vehicles have been provided, and also 16 primary response vehicles and also 4 rescue vehicles have been provided. So a lot of progress has been made in this area, and also the issue of safety and security of the ambulances and also the emergency officers who are managing this. There is a formal arrangement between health and the safety and security through South African Police Service to make sure that the staff members are indeed looked after in terms of security. There was also an issue raised of the supply of medicines and delivery in the health facilities. The health department have stabilized the supply of medicines and also have channeled a number of chronic patients into the centralized chronic medicine dispensing and distribution program. Long waiting times at the facilities. Again, in this area, we are encouraging stable chronic patients to go onto the CCMD program, which will relieve the queues, especially at our clinics and also at outpatients departments in hospitals. There was an issue raised of the opening of clinics in terms of hours of opening. In this regard, the Department of Health has made sure that the hours of opening of clinics are displayed on the boards so that people can know what are the operating hours. And also with information is provided in terms of if a clinic is not operating 24 hours, it has to be backed up by another facility. In most cases, it will be a higher level health center which will be able to back up the clinic, because I know that some honorable members, even in the National Parliament have been raising a demand that all clinics should open 24 hours. This is not practical, and it's also not based on actual utilization and demand at the community level. But all that we make sure is that if one clinic closes at 5, there must be clear information as to after 5 o'clock, which is the community health center which will take over, or a district hospital which will take over. There was also a point made that in some cases, it looks like some of our staff spend more time attending meetings rather than actually providing service. That often when people, community members seek help at our facilities, more and more of they find staff, our healthcare workers engaging in meetings. Overall, our approach is that any meetings should be after hours, and that or else those staff members who are off duty, if there is any other activity during working hours, that we shouldn't have a situation where during the time when there is a high demand for service, then you find members of the staff actually attending meetings. But we also are appealing to community members when they do come across this, and if they've got information that the staff members are indeed not caring for the people but sitting in meetings, that we should be made aware of that. The shortage, there was also a question about shortage of specialists in some of our central hospitals like Chris Hani Baragwanath. We are aware of the fact that we are not able to fill all the posts as a result of the limitation of the budgets. In all our central hospitals, they do have a number of posts which quite often the provincial department is not able to allow the CEOs to fill, because all this must be done in line with the allocated budget. But there have been attempts which were made, including just about over a year ago, before the last elections, during the course of 2018, when the president approved what we called a health allocation for as part of the stimulus package. And from the health side, we developed an allocation which was called the capacitation grant for health, for the health human resources for health capacitation grant, which was a special allocation, and we've been making attempts working with the National Treasury to make sure that it's not a once-off and that there is continuous allocation. But obviously, this is not yet enough, and we do acknowledge that most of our central hospitals are not able to fill all their all the senior specialist positions. But this is a matter which between provinces and the national, working with National Treasury, we are trying to make sure that we can reduce that deficit. There was also a matter raised in relation to Bronkhorstspruit and Lenasia South hospitals, that that these two have not been given the proper status of being district hospitals. The current situation is that the Bronkhorstspruit hospital matter has been addressed because it wasn't meeting the requirements in terms of the various levels, in terms of the gazetting of hospitals. It was not meeting the requirements of a minimum of 50 beds. But at the current moment, the Gauteng department has attended to that. So as we speak now, the Bronkhorstspruit hospital actually has reached the status of a district hospital. As far as Lenasia South is concerned, this is a matter which the province is working on, so it will be addressed. So, Honorable Chairperson, these are the matters which had been raised in November 2018, and they've been addressed as indicated, and we will be able to take any further clarification if there are any. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. And now I'm going to open for the question in terms of the presentation of the Deputy Minister. Honorable Member.
Thanks, Chair. My name is Nokuzola Ndongeni from Eastern Cape, Permanent Delegate. Deputy Minister or MEC, I want to know about the vacancies. You didn't respond in vacancies because the high volume
Sorry,
of...
Honorable Member, Sondezi Mikey.
Oh, whoa. Thanks, Chair. Okay, the question is about the filling of vacancies. Is the high workload? How far about that? And then the plan of security in the hospitals. You didn't mention about that. So, yeah, so far, these two questions.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Brenda Matebula. I'm the permanent delegate from the National Council of Provinces. Deputy Minister, I would like to know how are you going to deal with the issue of shortages of beds in hospital around Gauteng, because you didn't mention anything and it's a crisis. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Kenny Muimang again from the NCOP Northern Cape Province. Just two issues, Honorable Deputy Minister, on the Kanana Clinic. Kanana Clinic on the infrastructure and the transport challenges. The report by the NCOP says that there is no renovation that was made to Kanana, made to the Kanana infrastructure. Though a contractor is appointed, there seems to be a challenge around the commencement of the work on the part of the infrastructure. The second point relates to the challenges of transporting patients, given the, the second point relates to the matter that deals with transporting the challenge with regard to the availability of public transport for patients remains an ongoing. To a certain extent, it results in a situation where patients must hitchhike. So if this matter could just be updated to us, Honorable Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning to the leadership. Dikeledi Mahlangu is my name, a permanent member in the NCOP. Chairperson, my questions will be directed to my area of focus, and I might be assisted. I don't know if these questions will be addressed by the Honorable MEC, because there's a site which was visited, which is Charlotte Maxeke Hospital, and various issues have been raised on that site. The issue of infrastructure, the staff morale, foreign nationals and health services, also the systems in terms of record keeping in the institution. The issue of availability of medicine is also has been an issue that was raised. So what I was expecting was to get the progress as to how far are we in terms of that. But I'm saying I don't know if the MEC will be the one who's going to to address that. While I'm passing the mic, I'm happy with the Brongospruit Hospital. Thank you. Where?
Thank you, Chairperson. Andrew Arnolds, permanent delegate in COP. The matter that is very important, I think, that needs to get more attention is the poor working conditions of healthcare professionals. And I think you haven't mentioned that. And I think that is a part that we can't leave out in terms of staff morale and then the impact it will have also on the patients and everything. So that is the only thing that I think needs to be clarified and addressed. Thanks.
Thanks, Honorable Member. I was asking only 5 hands because we need to take another presentation and the Minister is about to leave. I'm asking the members who still have questions to bring it in writing. Honorable Member was the last one.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
No, Member. Honorable Member was the last one.
Oh,
I've got 5 questions already. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members, honorable deputy chairs. I'm going to attempt to answer the question. We have just circulated the presentation that encompassed most of, if not all, the issues that were raised in the last visit. But I'll also now attempt to answer each question specifically. I think we just add that we didn't circulate the presentation because most of the questions have been covered. When you look at the issues of vacancies, you would realize that we have made an undertaking since we have started the term of office of the 6th administration to declare war on vacancies, particularly in terms of critical posts. So we have already made a lot of progresses in relation to that. The one thing that we also did was just to fill the vacancies in terms of the CEOs and facility managers that are actually running our actually facilities. At the moment, as we speak, 12 CEOs have been appointed permanently in the 12 hospitals. The vacancy rate at that level, we're having 18 vacancies in terms of CEOs. So far, we've appointed 12. And there are others that we have appointed on contract to manage a few dynamics that relates to the stability of the place. In terms of the vacancies, we have already currently, since we have came into office, we have employed over 1,000 posts, nurses, doctors, and specialists. And if you look at the slide number 11, we have documented the number of nurses that we have employed so far. And if you look at the slide number 12, it also documents in terms of other professionals, allied health, which gives us an amount of over 2,000 employees that we have done. Just to also to cover the issue of vacancies, is that we have taken a decision to absorb all nurses who are post-community service into the system. It's something that we had problems with in the last term, but we have been able to do that, and we have committed that going forward, we are going to be doing exactly that in terms of absorption. We are in a process of instituting an e-recruiting service, which will make it easier for people to continuously apply actually for posts in the department. The second part will be the issue of security. You would recall that we did respond to the question about security. There was an ExCo discussion and decision that was taken in 2016 of insourcing all the security in terms of our health facility. Hence, the problem has been that we have not yet finalized the model of how the insourcing would be done, because the models that we have been reviewing and looking at, they've actually been models that are quite expensive and that will actually cause our problem in terms of our budget and functioning. And since then, we have been dealing with issues of accruals, and the expensive nature of insourcing creates that particular problem. But part of our refurbishments and infrastructure, what we have done is that we have formalized and regularized the contracts on security and improved the SLAs, whilst at the problem of the policy of finalizing the issue of insourcing. But we are in a process of doing that in terms of deploying enough CCTV, deploying enough access control in our facilities, and it's work in progress that we are dealing with. The issue of shortage of beds in Gauteng, which is something that I'm starting to want to outlive and not to say quite often, is that indeed we are looking at a moving target. The population that we are serving continuously changes, and hence we need to have a dynamic system. Currently, the population stands at 15.2 million people that are documented and registered that we know. But in terms of hospital visits, people who come through our gates and doors of our facilities, there are over 28 million. So you will realize that at a particular point, we might be having problems in terms of beds. But what we have done and undertaken is that we are concentrating on preventative medicine, which is primary health care, and putting a lot of resources at primary health care so that we're able to decongest hospitals. One of the things is that we are increasing the platform of the 24-hour service at primary health care level, which is the CHCs. At the current moment, we've got 32. We are looking forward that at some point when we have completed most of the CHCs that we are building, that are in progress in terms of construction, we'll be having close to 44 CHCs that are there. So we are working on the infrastructure of our facilities in terms of primary health care and making sure that we decongest our facilities in terms of the shortage of beds. We do have problems of construction, where construction has been stopped by business forums, and in other areas we have actually even abandoned some of the projects or even reprioritized some of the projects to areas where there is a greater need, and the community engagement continuing so that we make sure that they also understand and accept the fact that we need to build clinics so that the service is there. But the business forums are a big problem, but there is a general plan as Gauteng government to make sure that we are able to engage and make sure that we are able to deal with the issue of infrastructure development stoppages and the business forum problem. The transporting of patients, you know, it's a problem that we have discussed with our transport department. In many instances, the inter-facility transport between two different facilities has been done through EMS. But EMS has got another pressure that it needs to be doing and dealing with emergencies. So the model that we are trying to develop is to try to improve our inter-facility transportation, which will make it easier for us to transport patients without using ambulances. So the plan is already underway. We had an engagement with the Department of Transport, and we are just actually modifying it. And it's something that we have also seen working very well in Western Cape. They call it an Uber system between facilities so that we don't get to have ambulances transporting normal well patients to facilities. And the engagement with Taxi Association is also ongoing. The issue of poor working conditions and Charlotte Maxeke issues. In terms of our priorities as the sixth administration in health, we have 6 priorities that we have identified. One of the priorities is just improving the clinical experience of patients in our facilities. And when we say improving patient experience in our facilities, it also speaks to issues that relates to infrastructure, the look and feel of our facilities, and in terms of cleanliness, in terms of upkeeping, and everything else. The second one, the second aspect of improving patient experience relates to staff morale and staff job satisfaction. We have already launched a program which we call Employee Value Proposition Program, which is aimed at uplifting the morale of the staff members in our facilities. So the aim of the program is also about recognition, acknowledging, and also giving more opportunities for what we call job satisfaction and career pathing. So the EVP program has already started, and we have been acknowledging a lot of our staff members, particularly those who go out of their way, to make the experience of patients easier. In one of the hospitals, there's a program that is running called I Serve with a Smile, which also is doing that, which we are going to make it a provincial program. We've agreed that we are going to do that. For January and February, we have already acknowledged the employees of the month and even the leaders of the month. They get awards, they get a token of appreciation. But beyond the issue of staff morale, it's just a question of provision of basic equipment and tools of trade. Because if we can't even provide that, then it means we cannot even add other things. So that's the issue that we are doing. If the EVP program is continuing, it's a work in progress. One thing that we have also undertaken as the department is that we don't want to plan forever. So if we have an idea that we think it's going to work, we don't want to plan it until it becomes perfect. So we have implemented EVP, it's growing. We've got retail partners, people are coming in, like the token of appreciation that we have, it's from a group, Edico, which the Edicon, where they provide us with vouchers, 1,000 voucher for per person, and a trophy that has been provided and sponsored by Nedbank. So this is the work that we are doing in terms of staff morale and in terms of issues relating to that. The third priority, of course, it's about improving clinical outcomes, because we are a health department. So being a health department, our focus is to make sure that people, when they get into our facility, they live healthier. So the clinical outcomes are one of the things that we are looking at. The focus in that area, it's mental health, HIV and AIDS, it's backlogs in surgery, it's mother and child, because that's how we measure development in the whole space. The fourth priority is health education and health promotion, which is aimed at just general public in terms of the education. Somehow we've got mixed feelings about the coronavirus, but it helps us, as the Premier said, that the things that we have been planning, now we are fast-tracking them in terms of implementation. So health promotion, health education, with the outbreak as it is, it has given us a better platform now to even do it more faster and more creatively. The last one, the fifth one is NHI implementation. That's just getting ready in terms of NHI implementation. And the last one is the sixth one in terms of economic growth. So in basic sense, all the issues that the last visit of the NCOP have raised, we have actually encompassed them in terms of our priorities that we are going to work on and look at. And it's something that we are glad that there is progress, and we're hoping that in the next 2 years, we will be doing that. The Premier had focused us on 5 hospitals, priority hospitals, but we felt that as a department, it might not be enough to improve the system in general sense, so we added another 5. So we've got 10 priority hospitals which have been identified, which our improvement plan will focus on at the moment. But in the 10 hospitals, we have also linked them to the community healthcare centers, which drain these hospitals, so that we have almost 20 facilities that are going to be part of the improvement plan. Not that we are neglecting other hospitals, but it's just to have us to have a focused and a benchmark area of addressing the issue. I'm hoping that I've been able to cover the issues as they've been raised. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Member, and hopeful the questions that have been asked have responded. Now I'm continuing with our program by inviting Honorable Faith Mazibuko. Ngibona ngathi uphethe ama-department amathathu la. Ngizocela introduce wonke. Thank you.
Stop busy njenga. Hey, bekutholakala ibonus ngabe ngihola imali eningi. Thank you very much, Chair. As you will recall that, and honorable members, and Premier and Deputy Ministers here, as you recall that MEC Lisufi, Premier had given him some time off. So 2 departments, the HODs, will present from Department of Education. It will be HOD Musue, and from Social Development, it will be HOD Tembani. May we please start with education. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC, the chairpersons of the session, honorable members, Premier. We have complied with the requirement to respond to the questions that were posed to the department by the NCOP in 2018, but we also took note of the objectives of the visit this time around, and in particular, the objective in relation to in-migration, and hence our presentation also touches on the impact of in-migration into the province. The presentation I take that has been circulated to honorable members. We have given in the presentation what the vision and mission of the department is. We have also on page 3 of the presentation given an indication of the priorities that the Department of Education in the province is dealing with as it responds to Gauteng, Growing Gauteng Together 2030. We gave the priorities in relation to universalization of ECD, promotion of quality education across all our classrooms, creating safe schools, promoting social cohesion, patriotism and non-violence, changing the education landscape, as well as ensuring that we address the needs of Gauteng youth through development programs and increasing employability. Honorable Chairperson and members, we further give an indication that in the province of Gauteng, we currently have 2.4 million young people. The education system in the country is about 12 million learners. 2.4 million learners of those, 2.4 million of the 12 million are in Gauteng. In particular, 2.19 million are in the public schooling system, whereas the others balance would be in our independent subsidized and non-subsidized system. As it relates to in-migration, we give a report in the presentation to show that Gauteng, since 2015 up to now, we have had there's a total of 119,000 learners that have come into Gauteng from different parts of the province as well as the country. We have recorded in 2020, as an example, 14,609 young people that originate from Eastern Cape, 6,642 from the Free State, 14,576 from KwaZulu-Natal, 29,251 from Limpopo, 11,827 from Mpumalanga, 21,827 from the Northwest, 1,280 from Northern Cape, 8,992 from the Western Cape, and 8,919 that come from foreign countries. This is the extent of in-migration that Gauteng currently has in the education system. We've given you an indication of this, the number of schools that we have by type, but more importantly, while we're talking about in-migration, in the report we further give an indication that we provide access to all these young people. But here's an important thing, that Gauteng attracts on average 100,000 new learners or pupils in our system on an annual basis that come from other provinces. And this is actually, when you look at it generally in the country, it's a significantly higher than natural enrollment growth that you find in any system. In fact, the Gauteng province is reportedly a home to about 18% of the total number of pupils in the country, but has only 1% of the total number of schools in the country. 18% of the total number of pupils in the country, but only 1% of the total number of pupils of schools in the country. Honorable members, we also further go and give an indication in terms of our infrastructure portfolio as a result. While we may have schools and we have this in migration, we give an indication that as a result of this in migration and the ability of the infrastructure sector to meet the demands, we have a shortage of 2,207 classrooms in our schools. If you were to translate that, it suggests that on an annual basis, we should be building no less than 142 new schools to accommodate this number of learners. We give an indication in the report further that there are some major achievements that the education system in Gauteng that has recorded. Among them, you know that we are a province that has introduced online admission platform that seeks to help us manage the influx as well as place learners. Notwithstanding the increase, we've endeavored to ensure that every learner in our schools has the learning and requisite learning and teaching support material. However, at any one point in time during the beginning of the year, because we have to do top up, these become a challenge. Honorable members, as a result of learner spaces that are becoming a challenge, you will also find that the language of instruction and teaching in the province has also created a particular challenge. In other words, you find that if a total of 40 or more learners qualify to be placed in a particular school, you may not even determine the languages they speak because you have to provide access to those young people, and that also has a burden on the amount of classrooms, and it begins to create a challenge that we can no longer have single medium schools in majority because we have to look into these particular categories of schools. As a result of in-migration, there's also been a pressure on other support processes that we provide to learners. We do provide learner transport in Gauteng. In 2018-19 financial year, we were transporting 124,000 learners. As of January 2020, that number has grown to 137,691 learners. It just gives an indication of the type of growth that Gauteng education system experiences on an ongoing basis. In 2018-19 financial year, we fed 1,462,233 learners who were participating in the school nutrition program. We are, as of January this year, that number has increased to 1,501,736, giving us a net increase of 36,000 learners that we are feeding. So on an ongoing basis and annually, Gauteng continues to have this impact. However, part of the program on nutrition has also ensured that we can provide economic opportunities for voluntary food handlers. We have 6,000 of voluntary food handlers in the province. Security, the security cluster reported earlier on about the challenges of security. We have scholar patrollers in our schools, but I should indicate that there was a challenge in the province in respect to the Private Security Regulator Authority, otherwise called CIRA, giving an indication that the patrollers, as we distribute them to schools, they were not registered with CIRA, and that became a challenge that some of our schools, you may find that they did not have patrollers at particular points in time. However, it's a matter that is being looked at. In terms of major achievements and taking account of the growing Gauteng together, one of the major significant achievements is that we were able to release the results of primary school education. While Gauteng remains the #1 province after Free State this year, we remain the #1 province in the matric results after the Free State only by 0.6%. we were able to release the primary school results as the initiative of the Premier. And this is the first of its kind, and we will be paying attention to primary schooling on an ongoing basis. Honorable members, we can further confirm that notwithstanding the challenges that we have in infrastructure in terms of classroom shortages, that there are no pit latrines in Gauteng. So Gauteng has no pit latrines. There were 2 pit latrines that were reported previously to have been available, but those were as a result of them not having been decommissioned. And we can confirm that those were demolished because the school where these pit latrines were as a result of the school not destroying them after they had received proper sanitation, and we asked the school to demolish, and those have been demolished. We can confirm that we are a province that has produced or continued to expand on e-learning, and it is an area that we pride ourselves in. Not only that, honorable members, as a province, we have moved on with some transformation programs which include the reorganization of schools as well as twinning of schools. In terms of the undertakings that were made in the last visit of the NCOP to the province, a number of schools were visited, and our responses are as follows. There was a visit to Mahulana Primary School in Ekurhuleni North, where the office of the MEC and the district office were to assist in addressing the challenges that were raised by the NCOP by January 2019. The responses that we give are indicated there. Among them was an issue of late coming. That matter has been addressed. The other issue was in relation to the celebration of Heritage Day by the school and other cultural activities. We have given a response to honorable members in respect of that particular matter. There was a school that was visited called Etwatwa in Gauteng East, where there was a request to build 2 schools in Etwatwa. We are bringing a report to the committee that there's a school that we have now completed and opened called Mayfield Primary School that is in the area of Etwatwa that begins to help alleviate the pressure in that area. But secondly, we are also in the process of finalizing the planning and the designs of a school called Barcelona Primary, which is on our ECE, with a view that it will further help alleviate challenges of schooling in the Etwatwa area. There was a visit that was taken to WJ Mpengezi Primary School in Gauteng East. In here, we were required by the committee to look into the issues of flooding of the electricity box and ensure that this matter was completed. We report to the committee today, to the NCOP, that this matter was actually completed in December 2019. But additionally, the issue in relation to the plastering of walls at the school was also completed in June 2019. A visit to Deep Slot West Secondary in Johannesburg North was also part of the work that the department was given the responsibility to look into. There were issues in relation to broken windows, security gate, dysfunctional toilets. I'm happy to report that that work was completed in December 2019. There was a visit to Woza Nibone Interim Farm School in Gauteng North area, where we were also required to provide additional classrooms, and we gave a report in relation to that school. Additional information that we are providing to the committee chairperson in respect of the questions that were raised to us was in relation to Mahulana School about us ensuring that it gets support from the Sasol sponsorship. We've given an indication of how Sasol has come to the party. 1, in terms of providing a mobile kitchen. 2, in terms of providing laptops to the school. But thirdly, in further strengthening career guidance services to the school. In respect of Muzomuhle Primary School in Johannesburg North, the recommendation was in respect of dismantling the container classrooms, the replacement of tiles on the floor of 8 classrooms, the provision of durable furniture and renovation of ablution facilities. We indicate in this regard that the department had appointed a service provider to deal with affected classrooms to replace the doors and ablution facilities, and this work was in fact completed on the 15th of August 2019. However, we should indicate that this school is a mobile school, and as a consequence, we could also not make other major refurbishment, but this school has been included in a program that the province is running to eradicate all mobile schools in the province, and it will benefit in long term from that particular investment that the province will make. In respect of furniture, we further confirm that furniture was delivered as indicated in the report. There was a visit to Amos Mapanga Secondary in Gauteng East, where the department was required to provide learners with transport as well as providing solutions to stormwater drainage issues. We confirm that the work in relation to stormwater drainage was completed in July 2019, and scholar transport has been provided for, and we give an indication of further work that will be done at Amos Mapanga. In relation to WJ Mpengesi as well, we have given an indication of when the work that was given to us was completed. So I could say, Honorable Chairperson and members, that all work in relation to infrastructure that was sent to schools was done, and we have evidence in that regard. There was a question in relation to Diepsloot West Secondary about a remedial teacher, about providing for a remedial teacher, providing and fixing, and in this regard, we can indicate that the department had notified the school that it did not have a post for a remedial teacher on its establishment, and therefore did not qualify for a growth post as in terms of its enrollment figures at that point in time. But as members would know that on an annual basis, this matters, we look into the enrollments of schools and we provide the necessary support to schools. In relation to Diepsloot as well, in terms of recreational facilities, we have given an indication in the report on how in collaboration with other structures and departments of government, we have been able to provide for recreational facilities. For example, in Muzomuhle Primary School, we have partnered with Safe Hub Foundation, and we have given the community access to services that are provided for, and those are indicated. This include psychosocial support center, multipurpose sports court, artificial turf field. There are offices where learners can also receive nutrition and support, as well as young people accessing opportunities for entrepreneurship. In respect of Mata Combined School, we have also provided the committee with a report in terms of the areas. There was an issue about the lease and payment, and I think here we need to say to the committee that the GDE, there was a view that the GDE we had not settled the payments of the landlord, but the GDE responds by indicating that the landlord had failed to submit relevant information for registration for CSD. And as a result, when you do not submit the relevant information, you cannot be paid. And once the lease is approved, the landlord will be paid to an amount of 605,000 per month, and that is what we are beginning to look into. There were questions raised about Swarco Primary Chairperson, Ozanibone, and all the other schools that are in there, and because the report has been provided for, I would want to stop at this point in time. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. Honorable members, I hope all of you do have this document that have a report back, and it's got also the before or oversight visit and the report back. So I will allow now 5 hands. This side. Sorry, honorable members. The department, they are asking to do 2 presentations. then after and allow questions. You must hold your question for the next round. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair of the session, Honorable Premier, members of the NCOP. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm going to present for the Department of Social Development. Just to give a brief background on the medium-term strategic framework priorities for the department. We are looking at the first one being the reforming of the welfare sector. We would want to highlight the fact that we need to build the capacity of the state by expanding services and ensuring adequate numbers and training of social service professionals. So we would continue to appoint our social workers, social auxiliary workers, and also our community development practitioners. We would also want to review the funding model for our NPOs by gradually introduce program funding in line with the costing model that is currently being developed by the National Department of Social Development. We would also want to review the roles and responsibilities that are assigned to non-profit organizations in order for them to focus more on developmental work rather than statutory work, and leave the statutory work or statutory services for the department to do that. We would also want to, with regard to the second priority, which is improve access to quality early childhood development. We all note the fact that early childhood development is very critical in the development of a child, and therefore we are mindful of the fact that in certain areas we do have lack of appropriate infrastructure in our communities, which then calls upon for a radical transformation in how new settlements are built to include social infrastructure such as early childhood development centers. In line with the urban development plan, which is being driven by human settlement, therefore, as a department, we also contribute by ensuring that we remind them to come up with child-responsive and child-friendly centers. Currently, as a department, we are trying to close the gap by building early childhood development centers in poorest communities, and also ensure that we provide non-center-based early childhood development programs through mobile ECDs, toy libraries, and playground. We also ensure that the care and protection of children is then highly recommended by ensuring that all the early childhood development centers comply with the approved norms and minimum standards in the centers that they are running. We also are in partnership with the Department of Education by ensuring that all the early childhood development practitioners that are practicing in the ECDs that we are funding are trained in line with the curriculum. And also the Department of Health provides for the health care of the children that are in those centers. In other ways, we are emphasizing that the basket of services that are being rendered in those centers produce a child with a sound cognitive, physical, and emotional development. With regards to the third priority, which is combat substance abuse and gender-based violence, we are all aware about the fact that substance abuse is currently ravaging our communities. So in partnership with our key stakeholders, in particular the Department of Community Safety, we ensure that we come up with programs that would assist us to deal with this. On the fourth priority, we expand the War on Poverty program by ensuring that we provide a comprehensive basket of service by profiling all households that are situated within the 50 poorest wards, and also ensure that we upscale on services that are to be rendered in those communities. With regard to the last priority, which is upscale the welfare to work program, we ensure that all the young people, in particular young women that are recipients of the child support grant, we take them through a program to ensure that we release them from the being grant recipients to be able to do work and earn a living for themselves. Just perhaps to highlight on the key programs that we do on the anti-poverty programs, I've already spoken to the welfare to work program and highlighting that it is geared towards transitioning youth and persons with disabilities, young women, so that they get out of the dependency on the grant system. We also ensure that as a department, we are central in linking up the people that are found to be in disadvantaged positions to other services that are rendered by other departments. On anti-substance abuse initiatives, I've already alluded to the fact that we are in partnership with other key stakeholders, in particular the Department of Community Safety. We have the Gauteng City Region Anti-Substance Abuse Social Movement campaign. We are in the process of reviewing that a strategy, and we just want to highlight the fact that we would continuously ensure that we empower our communities and make them to be aware about the disadvantages of substances. We have got the Kimoja program, which is aimed at youth both in and out of school, which needs to capacitate children and youth to ensure that they make informed decisions and resist the pressure of taking drugs. As a department, we are also providing funding to 51 substance abuse treatment centers, of which 19 of them are outpatient and 12 are inpatient, and 20 are community-based services which are being run by both government and non-profit organizations. However, we are mindful of the fact that we need to escalate on ensuring that we come up with preventative programs that would help us to stem the tide of substance abuse. On NPO partnership and funding, just to highlight that currently as a department, we are funding in excess 2,802 non-profit organizations in the current financial year. That was in the third quarter. And also to highlight that we are also having a budget of in excess 2 billion to be able to fund the non-profit organizations. Now I'm going to give progress on the issues that were raised by the NCOP during the November 2018 visit. On the first issue, they highlighted that the department should work together with the Tsepo Yabana drop-in center, which is the center that they visited. A drop-in center is a community-based care service for children, in particular orphans and other children that are made vulnerable. So, and they're rendering a basket of services for those children. The department is funding this organization for approximately 2.8 million rands. On the first issue that was raised, it was highlighted that the department should work together with other sectors to ensure that, including donors, to consider revising and improving the current funding model in order to improve the functional effectiveness of the NPO in its delivery of services. We highlight the fact that as a department, assisted by the National Department of Social Development, we are improving on the funding model of the NPOs. We have also, we also ensure that the NPOs that we are funding, especially those that are rendering services to children, they comply with the set norms and standards as outlined in the Children's Act. We, for this drop-in center, what we also tried to do was to ensure that we set aside a budget so that we can be able to assist even the board members of the center. On the next one that was talking about the department ensuring that we address the delays in the release of funding to the NPOs, we highlight the fact that This is a matter that we note as a concern as a department, and therefore we have strived to improve in that regard. We are also considering funding NPOs, especially those that are low risk and are stable over a 3-year funding cycle, renewable on an annual basis, just in case that perhaps they don't comply with certain key aspects of the NPO Act or any other piece of legislation that binds them in the rendering of service. But we are also highlighting the fact that for quite a number of years as a department, we have been able to increase subsidies by 6% every year, subsidies to NPOs by 6% every year. We have also specifically increased the funding of the social work professionals as part of the department retention strategy within the NPO sector, and also to close the gap, the salary gap between government and NPO sector. On the aspect number 3, that is looking, saying the department should assist in addressing and revising the staff establishment of the NPO. We are highlighting the fact that there is a standard with regard to staff establishment as prescribed by the norms and standards in the Children's Act. But as a department, we are having ongoing discussions in this regard to ensure that all NPOs that are rendering services are adequately staffed. On the 4th aspect, it was indicated that the department should initiate and facilitate the one-stop multi-purpose center to bring sector-related services closer to the community, because currently Tshepo ya Bana is functioning within the Mulder's Drift Clinic and is also accommodated with the Akhanang NPO. They are all accommodated in that one property. So we are highlighting that as a department. We also have got a prototype model that is also bringing various type of services in one area. We are highlighting that for that area, we have got the Muhlakeng Old Age Home, which was launched on the 26th of April, 2019. It's also having other services that are closer to that place. We also have got currently the Beckersdale Social Integrated Facility, which is still under construction. But when it's completed, it's going to have an early childhood development center, a service center, or a daycare facility for older persons, and also the social development offices. We are therefore highlighting that as a department, we are happy with the progress with regard to Tshepo ya Bana drop-in center, because they are complying with the set norms and standards. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for the presentation. Now we're going to take 5 hands. Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, Mahlangu, number 5 at the back. This side is only 1.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And thanks for the opportunity once again. I think numerically, just on a lighter note, HOD, numerically, Gauteng is number 1. Because if you look at the number of learners we have and the number 1, numerically we are number 1. That was on a lighter note, Chief Whip. I could look at the states in so. Now, HOD, you mentioned the challenges of in-migration in our province. And I think it has created a lot of problems. And I'm happy that you gave us the statistics of this in-migration. But I think it will also make sense to all of us now, so that people must know that if we say we do not have a space in Gauteng, the ratio, the current ratio in a class, a learner-educator ratio in a class, how is it standing? minimum and the maximum in our classrooms. Two, I remember I was chairing this session in Ekurhuleni in 2018. There was an outcry for school of autism to be built in each region of our province. How far are we with that particular process? Because we have an outcry in our province about that particular matter. Another issue for education is the issue of the security, particularly in our paperless schools. Has this improved since 2018? The breakings and so on? If not, what are the measures in place to combat that? Lastly, on education, I thought you'll also indicate, because I think maybe take us into confidence as the members of legislature and parliament. This quarter, this January to March quarter, we have experienced as a province a lot of death in our school, more than any other province. What mechanisms are we having in place to combat that when the schools reopen after the Easter? On social development, 2 questions, Chair. The NGOs and the NPOs, I remember vividly that there was an outcry that they were not paid on time or given resources on time. Has that improved since then? And if so, in which area of our province? The war on poverty. Are our beneficiaries getting what is due to them? Because this was another issue during plenary that came out very strong, that we are not doing enough to deal with the issue of poverty in our province. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Let me start first by just adding flesh to the question of what my colleague has just asked about the security here. On education. On the presentation here, you have mentioned that you had to stop the patrollers because of the legal challenges that were taking place between that were taken to court by the private security regulator authorities. I just want to check there about the progress. How far are you in terms of resolving that problem? My second question is about still on the education. You have mentioned there that according to the research that has been done, part of the contribution for poor learning, it is caused by the absenteeism. I just want to check with you because I know that part of what contributes again to absenteeism, it is during the menstruation period. You'll find that especially girls from the poor background, they decide to stay home during that period. How far is the Department of Education to introduce or to avail the sanitary pads in schools so that to alleviate unnecessary absenteeism from the girl child? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I want to appreciate the 2 presentations and say to the MEC, I feel for you for being responsible for 3 votes. Shem, you must get a bonus. But Chairperson, in the presentation by education, I'm looking on my focus area, and I appreciate that you were able to talk to specific sites which were visited then. And one of the sites, which is the site that I'm responsible for on this report back session, is Orlando West High School. And you have not said anything on that. There are 7 challenges which have been identified then. I don't know if it was an oversight or an omission, because we also received the report while we seated here, which is not appreciated. I don't know how are you going to correct this omission, because it is very important that as Council of Provinces, while we are here, we are able to have information in as far as these sites are concerned, and we are able to compare what we see on the site towards what you have said in the report. So that's what I wanted to raise, that it has been left out. Thank you, Chair.
Masibulele Sihlalo. Chair, I think we must appreciate the presentation as given. But I think that my first issue would be around asbestos schools. There's progress that's being made, but what I want to understand is whether there are any health issues that have arisen where we still have our learners exposed to asbestos schools. The second one is that given the fact that there's high migration in terms of education in Gauteng and the intake thereof, there was a high court judgment, I guess, which spoke to birth certificates not being an essential in terms of uptake or admission of learners. How has that impacted the operations within the department, within the province? Thirdly, I think this one would go to both social development and education in terms of violence in our schools. I think the two latter speakers have alluded to that fact. One, my question is mainly on the fact that one of the solutions was that of a kind of grouping of departments who are involved trying to fight the violence in our schools, namely social development, SAPs, basic education, governing bodies, etc. But we have not seen an improvement thereof. Is that still operational in terms of the operational plan to curb violence in our schools? And if so, what interventions are in place now to make sure that we do achieve our objective of making sure that there are no more fatalities in our schools? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Chair, not on a light note, on a serious note, one cannot leave this province making a positive comment on particular aspect of 5 districts managing to get the top position. Definitely, this province needs to be appreciated with their challenges. Let me come to the questions of the education. The first one, the last visitation was talking and they found 29 schools with asbestos. And you had a plan of 3 which started already. There were other 1, but the total will come to 19. But there are 10 schools, there is no plan there. This is even UNICEF and all other people who are actually always looking after us is making it as an issue because of the security. So how are we going to address that particular issue? The second one is about LTSM. Once again, this province made the paradigm shift of moving to the digital content. Now, according to your report, there is shortages and there are issues with LTSM. And when it is paperless, it becomes very complex for a learner if there are no tabs, there are no gadgets and all that. And remember that the influx of learners to this province is very high. How are we going to deal? And the last question is about 33% of your schools are independent schools. It's a very different characteristics which we can see nationally. And many a times, we find that the independent schools, they are actually serving a good purpose on one side, but there are things happening which may not be in line with the policy matter. What are the monitoring systems within the department to look at, because most of the time, public schools are the one being monitored well. So, yes, they are contributing to the progressively to the education sector. But that monitoring part, not only this province, all the provinces are lacking. That's why I'm raising that question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. My question will go to the Department of Social Development. You have mentioned the issue of mobile ECDs. So I just wanted to check whether how many have you established so far, whether you consider to establish them also in informal settlement and farms. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member Tiopek. You are the last one, Bab.
Thank you, Chair. Let me also appreciate the presentation made by the two HODs. Mine is on the school, one of the school in the farming area. That was an area of focus in the last visit, was Anani. Of course, we must first appreciate the interventions that were made by the department in terms of securing extra teachers for the extra classes. However, an area of concern, Chairperson, is the fact that the school is built on the ground of the NG Kerk. And there is an outstanding engagement between NG Church and the department. This is important given the fact that obviously for the department to incur expenditure on a property that does not belong to them has its own challenges and limitations. But given the willingness on the part of the church to accommodate this vulnerable group, the farming learners, I think it becomes important that this matter must be expedited. More so given the fact that the failure to seal this matter also has a potential in terms of the expansion of the school itself. But more than that, the school playing ground is a challenge, particularly the access thereof to the learners, because it is also used by the community. So therefore, would like to impress upon the department to finalize this matter between the church and the school. The last one relates to the extra classes that were built, but they have not been occupied. And the concerns raised from the report by the NCOP is that this will gradually lead to the dilapidation of the school, of those two extra classes. So if the department can pay attention to that. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Can the department answer the questions?
Thank you very much, Chairpersons and honorable members, for the questions. In respect of, and maybe we need to give context, Honorable Mbisi is correct. That's why we call ourselves the #1 province, notwithstanding what the percentage pass rates would have been. On a lighter note, fact of the matter is, we are a province, just to give in a sense, we are a province with that enrolls 108,000 matriculants. And of those 108,000 matriculants that ride, we pass no less than 90,000 of those young people. And when you compare the #1 province, they register some number. And out of that number, they are even a quarter of what we are. And that's an indication that Honorable John Bisi was trying to make. In respect of the School of Autism, Honorable Bisi, indeed, we may not have built schools of autism, but what we did as a result to ensure that we can accommodate learners with autism in the province, we were able to identify special schools. We opened up special wings to accommodate learners with autism. I can confirm that we have 18 schools in the province that have been identified that offer access to learners with autism. And that is how this matter has been addressed. However, we would at a particular point be in a position to expand on elements in respect of learners with special needs. The second issue in respect of security of schools, whether we have increased security, and I think it links also to a question of whether we have addressed the issue of SIRA. Perhaps I need to explain it in this way. When this matter of patrollers came via SIRA to the department, SIRA wanted to charge the department 890 million rands fine. They wanted to fine us to the tune of 890 million rands. And what SIRA was accusing us of doing, well, firstly, our view is that SIRA did not understand that the patroller program was part of an EPWP program of government. I think that is where they got it wrong. So that was the first part. Secondly, they also, as a consequence, they were unable to determine that the patroller program was therefore not a security program, but it was a patroller program in the sense of the word. We have had, with the support of the MEC for Community Safety and the police, as well as the MEC for Education, we have been engaging with SIRA to ensure that there is a common understanding in that particular regard. At this point in time, I can confirm that there have been an increase in the number. We have now retained the patrollers that we have in our schools. Safe to say that all patrollers that we have in schools must further be vetted, and the Department of Community Safety is assisting. So there may be schools where there may be not a patroller, but the whole process is that patrollers in that school must first be vetted before they are unleashed on the school, because of the challenges that we had previously with patrollers in that particular regard. As it relates to the issue about the death of learners in schools, indeed we've had challenges. We had a problem of a learner drowning on a school camp at Parktown Boys. We had a learner drowning in one of our primary schools in the Western Light School, Baker. We had a learner in one of our schools in Ekurhuleni who missed learner transport and decided to walk to school, and unfortunately she met her death on the pathway going to school. In respect of all of this, it began to say that perhaps, firstly, as it relates to trips where we take children to school, we had to make sure that we strengthen the guidelines that make sure that when parents take learners to schools and they go on trips, that teachers must be available at all times to support and guide them. And it is in that context that we have improved on the safety measures that that are required in each of these cases. However, I must also indicate that some of these cases that we had were out of negligence on the part of those of us who were given the responsibility, like in the context of the Parktown Boys deceased learner. We had found that there was no proper supervision, and as a result, the death of that learner came about. And it is in that context that we have had to increase those specific areas. In relation to the question the honorable member raises about learner absenteeism, indeed, what that research begins to show, that there are some psychosocial factors that can impact on learning. And as they impact on learning, the question begs, what is it that you do to try to deal with it? And proper interventions like scholar transport, interventions in the form of nutrition, but some interventions in the form of psychosocial services that we provide to these schools also begin to help mitigate against the challenges that we have. In secondary schools, we also have additional training programs like the Secondary School Improvement Program, which are learner camps. Ordinarily, children of the middle class, they normally after school, they are able to go for extra tuition. Knowing that learners from poor households may not be able to afford that, we are running as a province a dedicated program called the Secondary School Improvement Program, whose sole purpose is to ensure that we are able to cover for any gaps that these young people may have. In respect of the sanitary packages and how they may contribute to learner absenteeism, I can confirm, and my colleague from Social Development, HOD Mhlongo, will talk to that. In fact, in the province, we not only provide sanitary pads, but we provide what we call a dignity pack that goes beyond sanitary pads, but includes all other necessary material that will improve the hygiene of young people. And it is in that context that my colleague in social development can expand on this particular matter. Honorable member, indeed, I must say it is an omission. You will see the way in which I was presenting, I thought I had it all. Now that we don't have Orlando West, I am not sure. Can I confirm that we will come back to the committee before you leave with the responses in respect of that? It's a clear omission on our part. There's an issue that has been raised about asbestos schools. Indeed, we have 29 asbestos schools. If you were to ask in the province, do you have any schools built of inappropriate material as described by the norms and standards for school infrastructure? Indeed, we have. These are the only schools that we have. We don't have mud schools, but we have schools that are built of inappropriate structures. I can indicate, firstly, in an effort to mitigate the risks that come from the asbestos dust, we always, on an annual basis, provide treatment to these schools. But that's not good enough. What will be good enough is to make sure that those schools are eradicated and we build new schools. That is why we can now talk about having reduced that number. Now, we had a school called Nyorgeseg Primary School. We opened it this year. It is one of those schools that was built on asbestos, and there are many others. However, there is a program that the provincial government has started where we are wanting to go to the private sector to determine whether we can use the funds that we have in the public sector purse and leverage private sector funding and eradicate all of these schools, not only the asbestos schools, but even the mobile schools, so that we can then, on an accelerated basis, build brick and mortar schools. And we are hoping that we will be able, at some point, be able to give further information in respect of this particular issue. Honorable member, in respect of the High Court judgment and the admission of learners, I can confirm that there is no learner who has come to apply. Any learner who would have come to apply and seek admission in our schools, whether documented or undocumented, we have been able to provide for space. However, what the undocumented learners challenge brings is that sometimes we allow them to be in our system by the time they get to grade 12. When they get to grade 12, the rules do not allow, if they don't have the IDs and their results are withheld by the system, and that becomes an irregularity. And it is a matter that with ourselves and the Department of Home Affairs, we are managing on an ongoing basis, and we are trying to reduce that. In terms of violence in schools, this is a matter that, in fact, we have now seen that what happens in communities tends to filter back into schools. There are in some communities where we have seen gangsterism. But together with the department, as part of the social cluster program, led by the Department of Community Safety, we have been able to do, and we continuously do, unannounced searches, seizures of all these dangerous weapons. Operation Okayamulao, where Operation Okayamulao takes place, we are able to get into schools within that vicinity as a means of trying to mitigate the challenges of violence that we have seen. But the second program that we have dealt with is that we were able at the beginning of the administration and the year to identify top 5,000 bullies in schools. You know, when you go to school, a learner can tell you that that one and that one and that one are bullies. So we have been able to profile the bullies, and on an ongoing basis, we take them through a camp program so that we can deal with lifestyle changes among these young people. We acknowledge and take the commendations from Honorable Member that the Gauteng must be applauded for having 5 districts. In fact, Honorable Member, we have 6 districts in the top 10. So 3 of the districts in Gauteng are number 1, number 2, number 3 nationally, and we have 6 districts in the top 10, and all of the 15 districts in Gauteng are in the top 20 nationally if you were to be using the national standard. So we really appreciate the commendation that are coming along from that particular regard. As it relates to LTSM, maybe where we indicate that there are shortages you will always get at the beginning of the year as a result of in-migration. I can tell you, if honorable members were to have gone to schools in February and you went into some of our schools, you would have found that there would not be sufficient LTSM. But if you were to go now, because we now know all learners have been placed, all learners are in school, we were able to place orders, and therefore we are able to provide for the shortages. So from that perspective, we are quite satisfied that we have been able to deal with. And I must indicate that there are 2 forms. In Gauteng, in secondary schools, that's where, and in township schools, that's where we have e-learning in grades 10, 11, and 12, but all other grades are still using traditional LTSM as we continue to expand our e-learning program. And I think it's an important aspect we need to do. As it relates to independent schools, the monitoring thereof, I can confirm that one of the things, and maybe just to cite an example, where we picked up that some independent schools were operating illegally, they have been closed. In fact, in some instances, communities have also assisted us to close these independent schools, and when we close them, we place those learners in our public schools. So that is the first point of monitoring that we have been able to use. Secondly, there are independent schools that have been running, that are registered with the department, but then they do not get accreditation by Umalusi as the quality assurer. And those schools, when it gets to writing examinations, we remove their learners and they write in so we as a department run their examination, and it is one form by which we want to make sure that they can confirm. I thought the other issues that were raised by the honorable member were comments on how we must begin to move and finalize all outstanding matters, and indeed we shall deal with those specific issues. I think, Chairpersons, I've dealt with all the questions that were asked from my side.
Thank you very much. On the first question with regard to timers payment to the non-government and non-profit organization, I can highlight the fact that in this current financial year, we have improved in that regard. The critical challenge during the 2018-19 financial year was the change with regard to the requirements when it comes to payment to non-profit organizations. But once our non-profit organizations began to understand that, we improved greatly. I don't have the figures, but I can safely say that within the first month, because that's what we tell them, that every quarter, within the first month of the quarter, they should have submitted their claims. So a number of them, they do that within the first month of the quarter. But I think we can be able to provide that information. With regard to war on poverty, as to whether the beneficiaries are getting what is due to them, I can highlight the fact that we have in particular 2 programs in relation to provision of food. We have cooked meals that are provided in the main in our community nutrition and development centers, but we also have food parcels. But with regard to food parcels, the critical challenge is that the beneficiary is eligible to get these for a period of 3 months. So the challenge is after the 3 months has lapsed and they haven't been linked to any meaningful source of income or anything that can actually help them to earn a living, then it becomes a challenge. But together with National, we are looking into how do we change that, because we are seeing day in, day out, a number of people that lose their jobs and then be able to
earn a living. So it is a little bit of a challenge, but we are working on that. With regard to provision of sanitary towels, I can highlight the fact that as a department, we work with the Department of Education, and I think HOD has already spoken to that. But just to highlight the fact that we have in excess 159,000 learners that are to benefit from this, are benefiting from this program. And the key components that are in the dignity packs are deodorant, body lotion, bar of soap, toilet paper, toothpaste, face cloth, toothbrush, and then sanitary towels if the learner is a girl. But we also give to learners that have albinism. We provide them with a hat and sunscreen. But just to highlight the fact that some of these components, they're not getting them on a monthly basis because honorable members will be shocked that you give them a hat every month or you give them a toothbrush every month. No, some they are given this periodically, but there are those that are given to them on a monthly basis. With regard to violence in schools, just to highlight the fact that as a department, we work with the Department of Education. They've given us a list of those schools that are risky, or they have learners with risky behavior, so we work with them. But also to say that we have deployed social workers in most of those schools. Our aim is to strive to have at least a social worker per school, but we haven't reached that level due to budgetary constraints. But we ensure that even in those schools where we have not deployed social workers, as and when there are referrals, they are attended to. With regard to mobile ECDs, how many have we established, and whether we also go to informal settlements and farm areas, to highlight that the sole purpose of mobile ECDs is to reach out to informal settlements and farm areas. But I must indicate that we currently have got 4 non-profit organizations that are rendering this service. One of them is reaching 2 regions, and the others are in the other regions. So it is we are aware that we may not be reaching all informal settlements, but we are striving to ensure that those children are also provided with the service. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and thank you very much. This was the last but one item. So we'll have to break for lunch. And then the last item, it is the economic cluster. And we'll really come back at 2:30. Initially it was 1 hour, but we want to cut it short because when you go for lunch, you just go through this door, then we'll get for lunch. So by 2:30, I think we'd have really done with the lunch. But I must say thank you very much. And we can also thank the MEC for holding 3 departments. And then thank you very much and thank everybody. We're continuing. Well, I just got the information that let's continue, and then when we break forever. That's the information that I got. Yeah, but I think the way it is, Chair. Yeah, Chair, we're breaking. We come back at 2:30. And thank you very much. I'll just phone you.
Remove the drive and connect it to your computer. Make sure there is nothing on it that you wish to keep, and then in the Status Format tab, touch the Format button. Once complete, remove the latest firmware from the Allen and Heath webpage, which comes as a compressed zip folder. Inside this folder is the .bin firmware file. Check the name to ensure it's the correct firmware for your unit. For example, this firmware is for an SQ5. Copy this .bin file to the root of your USB drive, next to the AHSQ folder but not in it, and then eject the drive. Placing it back in the SQ, go to the next tab labelled Firmware Update and touch the Update button. After a minute or so, the firmware will be installed, and then when prompted, press the Restart button.
Need speed? Get fast. Search Auto.
Order. Honorable Mahai, can you please take your seat? Honorable Njadu, can you please take your seat? We're going to resume with our last session for the day. Honorable member in the mask. We are resuming with our session, which is session 4 of our program. Let me introduce myself as one of the 2 facilitators. My name is Mandla Khai, member of the National Council of Provinces. I'll be co-chairing with Honorable Lasindwa, MPL from Gauteng, who's also the chairperson of Portfolio Committee on Economic Development, Environment, Agriculture, and Rural Development. We will be having 4 presentations that will be taking them all at the same time. But when it comes to question, we'll take 1 presentation per time for question session. I will then call upon Honorable MEC for Economic Development, Honorable Musupe, and Honorable for Infrastructure Development, Honorable Tasnim Mutara. With regard to MEC for Human Settlement, if you can correct your program, it's Honorable Lebohang Maile, but he has joined the meeting that is in Tshwane, but the HOD, acting HOD, will be coming to present on behalf of Department of Human Settlements. And the Gauteng Planning Commission, Mr. Mduduzi Mbada, must also come to the podium or to the front. Then after we're done with the presentations and the questions, then Honorable House Chairperson Nyambi will tell us about the program for tomorrow. Thank you very much. Can we then start with the Honorable MEC for Economic Development, Honorable Musupe, for 15 minutes. It will be up to yourself then to deal with your normal performance report and the update on the commitments. So you'll share the 15 minutes. No, what I see that in some of the presentation, MEC will start with their normal performance reports before they come to the update on the commitments that were made. So I don't want to say, no, just go to the commitments that were made. I want to be flexible. It's going to be up to you if you want to update us on the performance generally and then come back to the commitments, or you want to just go straight to the commitments. Straight to the commitments. Yeah. No, I don't want to dictate, so it's up to you. Because when I look at other reports, they have both. Yeah. Over to you.
15 minutes, okay. Thank you very much, Program Director, the Premier in his absentia, the Braambi, the Chairperson of the NCOP, and the Deputy. Yeah, he is Braambi. He is. It's affectionate, it's not going to change. And all honorable members. We had several questions that were posed to the department to respond to. both departments. It's the Department of Economic Development and Agriculture. So there was a question on the Pick and Pay project, and the suggestion from the NCOP then was that we should speak to collaboration between the other provinces. Our response in general terms is that it would be advisable if the NCOP could extend the invite to the other provinces, because it would be difficult for ourselves as a province to impose our own model on them. However, what we have done, because the model is in the Western Cape and Gauteng, but KZN did approach us as the province, and we have shared our model with them. The approach from Pick and Pay is that there are two pillars to the model. The first one, Pick and Pay would assist an existing Chisanyama or your ordinary business in a township. They are all township based, where then they would share their experiences with them. We as a department bring JEP, Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, which assists in a non-financial way, in a sense of, well, it's partly financial and non-financial, in the sense that they would then refurbish the identified place where the person would want to get their business done. We also offer them your administrative assistance as a department, and then Pick and Pay would then assist them with their model of running their businesses. We will be signing a new MOU with Pick and Pay, I think, by the end of this month, where the program is going to be expanded. It's not going to be your supermarket only. It will have a pharmacy, it will have a bottle store, it will have, or a liquor outlet, and it will also have a pharmacy, a bakery. In terms of examples, there's one in one of our corridors in the NCD, the couple in NCD, they still maintain their Chisanyama, and this is what we liked about the model that we have with Pick and Pay. They don't obliterate an existing business, they build onto it. So if you had your Chisanyama or your supermarket, you can still maintain it as it is and upgrade it at your own leisure, but you'll then have your Pick and Pay superstore, and if you're interested and you have the funds and the wherewithal of it, you can also go the franchise route. We leave that to people to choose. The Pick and Pay model also, it's very developmental, but there's competition also from other supermarkets, your large supermarkets who are not developmental. But the approach from Pick and Pay and the agreement that we have with them is that we are not going to necessarily try to push them out of the market, so people have a choice. If they want to go the franchise route with other businesses, they could do so. We are pushing the model that we have because it addresses the problems that we have identified. The other partners, Pick and Pay is not the only partner. There's Old Mutual, there's Nedbank, and there's, well, ourselves as a department and one of our subsidiary, Gauteng Enterprise Propeller. There was also a question on the AIDC in terms of acquiring land for expansion in Winterveld. Okay, discussions with the city of Tshwane was that the AIDC should identify a piece of land for expansion. Unfortunately, the piece of land that was identified, the community felt that they would want to have houses built in that area, and they gave compelling reasons. So we have to go back to the drawing board here and look at possibilities of acquiring land from private landowners. But the plans in terms of expansion are in place and they are funded, so it's just for us to get that piece of land. Negotiations with JIFA are also on board. There was also a question on what the Innovation Hub is doing in terms of expansion. In terms of expansion, we had last month, in January, we had a meeting with two ministers from National, the Minister of Economic Development as well, and we are looking at acquiring partners. We are in negotiations with a number of partners. So far, there are about 5 of them, and all of them are from outside South Africa. They are from different countries. We are speaking to them in terms of their locating their businesses in the Innovation Hub. The other question was around the negotiations, approvals rather, from the South African Health Regulatory Authority. There was a meeting with SAHPRA, and we'll have a follow-up meeting with them just to make sure that we shorten the period of approval, because in their normal mode of work, it takes about 2 years. So we have to shorten that period in terms of negotiations and getting this out of the way. There was a question on getting our EKAC labs, the Kathoras one and the one in Soweto online. I'm pleased to announce that this was done in 2 months after the questions were posed, and they are online as we speak. There was also a question on qualifications, getting the qualifications, some of the qualifications, not all of them, to be SACA accredited. Those that can be accredited, we are in negotiations with SACA now, which are going to be finalized very soon, and they will be accredited. But it's also important to note that not all of the training that is offered by our EKAC labs are necessarily going to be accredited. So in that sense, we are in negotiations with the MER CETA to look at the possibility of then bringing them to a level where they can be accredited. So it is a process that we are engaged in, and it will unfold in due course. There was also a question on investor one-stop shop. The one-stop shop is tasked with eliminating bureaucratic processes, and this has been achieved through engaging with partners from all spheres of government, with which the OSS has signed MOU. The OSS, thank you. So you see that I'm struggling, thank you very much. The OSS always seeks to achieve quicker turnaround times for local and foreign investors, and this has been made possible through constant engagement with the different partners. A few of the partners have already reduced their turnaround times. For example, the turnaround time for the permanent residence application at any visa facilitation center or a VFS takes 6 months, whilst the applications takes 4 months at the OSS. So the process has been reduced. The Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, GDAD, has reduced the turnaround times for normal environment impact assessments from 107 calendar days to 30 working days, if all the applicants comply. So that is important, that people who are going to comply, comply with our requirements. We are able to reduce it to 30 days. There was also feedback on the Winterveld, I spoke to this. There was also feedback required on Vosloorus Industrial Park. Now, the Vosloorus Industrial Park, the biggest question in this regard was a question of ownership. Who owns the park and who is responsible for it? So there's an association there called the Provincial Industrial Park Association. It's an association made up by people, SMMEs, who have set up businesses in the park. And they were in negotiations with SIFA. SIFA had indicated an interest of acquiring the park, and with an intention of developing it. So at the moment, we are waiting for SIFA to give us information in terms of ownership, because it was not quite clear who owned the park. But during our discussions with them, what we picked up was that if they have made an offer to purchase, then they must know who owns the place. So we are waiting for that information to come through. And once it has come through, we'll, together with GDDA and JEB, GDDA is the Gauteng Growth and Development Agency, and JEB, I have indicated earlier on, is the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, and the department will then have a discussion with SIFA, and then we'll look at possibilities of developing the area. Now, GAPIPA, the Gauteng Provincial Industrial Park Association, will also be on board, because they claim to represent all the businesses that have business in the Vosloorus Park. We have not been able to confirm this for our own report back, so we wrote to them again to get more information from them, that it's a very serious claim for them to make. So we would like them to give us information in that sense, in that regard. So there's a Mr. Nhlapo there, who's the chairperson of GAPIPA, and he has committed to give us information. On the Soweto Equestrian Center, they wanted us to green their area. It's very easy for us to do. We now, as GDAT, the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, has an open order for trees and can deliver whenever the center is ready. Now, what the center needs to do to be ready is that they need to fence their property. We can't plant trees unless we know where their perimeter fence is. So, Program Director, those were the responses. Regarding the update on the work of the department, I think the presentation has been circulated to yourselves, members. It's quite a big presentation. I think it's got about 30 slides. So I'm not going to speak to all of them. I think you will bear with me and the department. You can read it for yourself at your leisure. And then if you have questions through the NCOP, we can also respond to those questions in whichever mode you choose to send them to us. So in a sense, what is contained in the presentation is the growth forecast for the country, but I'm going to focus on Gauteng. So slide number 3, if you have your presentation with you, you will see that it gives your focus for 2019-2021, and there's a comparison there. There's a global economic comparison. There's your advanced economies and your emerging markets and developing economies. As usual, the forecast for 2019-2020 and the 2021 for emerging markets is much higher than that of the global economy and the advanced economies. So that gives us opportunities as your emerging markets to take advantage of economic opportunities that are presented to us. Slide number 4 is just another depiction of what I just spoke to now. Slide number 5 looks at the Gauteng economic outlook. For 2019, it was at 5%, 0.5%. 2020, it's at 1.7. 2021 is at 1.5, and then it goes up in the outer year, 2023, it's at 2.0. Again, another opportunity for us in terms of growth. The next slide looks at the sectors that created jobs and sectors that shared jobs. So sectors that created jobs are your finance, your mining, and personal services. Unfortunately, we have about 7 sectors that shared jobs. It's government, manufacturing, trade, electricity, gas and water, construction, transport, and communication. And the one that impacts directly on us is agriculture. And as you would know, members, agriculture is one of the sectors that is cited as a sector that has the greatest potential of creating jobs. So our plan, when you read the presentation, you will see that it speaks to those opportunities. So, and then I am going to then skip to a slide that is a bit disconcerting, but we must be honest about the challenges that we are faced with. And the slide is slide number 18, it speaks to unemployment rate. The unemployment rate, unfortunately, it has grown in your slide, you will see it speaks to youth between the ages of 15 and 35. Unfortunately, for female, it's 36.1, and what I just spoke to for young people between the ages of 15 to 34, it's 44.5%. But if you were going to then look at the ages of young people from the ages of 18 to 34, that percentage would be slightly less. The reason why we are depicting it as it is that we want to be proactive in our planning, that we are not going to start planning for people who are going to get into the market when they are at the age of getting to a market. We must plan for them when they start their studies at tertiary institutions, so that the market is ready to absorb them. Obviously, there's going to be negotiations and discussions with partners, and that would mean we have to talk to private sector. Slide number 9 also speaks to what it just focuses on Gauteng. It speaks to what I just explained now. Slide number 10, it speaks to rates of unemployment per municipalities, looking at the metros, the 3 metros, and I think 2 districts. Yeah, definitely 2 districts. The other slide that is important to us as a province is the jobs that we managed to create in the 2019-2020 quarter three, and there's a total of 2,396,679 jobs that we managed to, to create. So there's a breakdown there of how the jobs were, all the industries, and the TSEPO 10 million program that we have in terms of jobs that we have created as a province. There's also an indication there on slide number 12 of quick facts about South Africa. As we know, the population is 57.78 million, according to Stats South Africa 2019 estimates. And there's a breakdown there of those statistics, which I'm not going to go into right now. There's also a slide that speaks to your Gauteng population projections in terms of growth over a period of years. You'll also look that it starts from 2019 to 2023. The general indication there is that the growth is going to be quite sizable, and we have to plan for it. So according to this, the Gauteng population is set to grow by more than 2% each year. So we take that into consideration in our planning. And what is the plan that we have? The plan is the Growing Gauteng Together plan. And the plan has got 7 priorities. The first one being economy, jobs and infrastructure, education, skills and healthcare, sustainable human settlements, new cities and land release, safety, social cohesion and food security. The 5th one is sustainable future for all, and the 6th one is building a capable, ethical and developmental state, and the 7th one will be building a better Africa and better world. So as a department, we are focusing on the last bullet as well and the first one, but the first bullet cuts across all the departments in Gauteng. The next slide looks at the DED group and GDAD game changers. So I'm not going to speak to all of them. We will give you an opportunity to read them. But in terms of agriculture, and that you will also find in the State of the Province Address and the GGT 2030. The first one for agriculture would be our agro-industrialization and market access for your especially black-owned farmers who have had a disadvantage over many years of not accessing markets. So we have a comprehensive plan to assist them to access markets. And I can safely report here that the ones that we have already managed to assist, most of them are women. I think it's about 5 or 6 women that we have already assisted. But we are not looking at women only. We also have a program called Youth in Agriculture. And there's in the Western Corridor, there's 3 cooperatives that are owned by young people who are in the process of qualifying to get accreditation. With Pick n Pay is one of the stores, and other big players in the market that will access their markets. There's also environment and the sustainable agenda. I'm not going to speak this. You'll read about it in the 2 documents that I spoke to. There's also industrialization and multi-tier SEZs. The Premier spoke to this at length in the morning, and you can also read about it in the township and solidarity economy also is one of our game changers. And the last one is trade and investment and tourism. Tourism, we know that the reason why we have the COVID-19 impact on tourism is very scary. I had a telecom meeting this morning with the MECs from all the other provinces and the Minister of Tourism, and we were looking at the impact that COVID-19 is going to have on tourism. But there's a plan that we are going to be working with the Minister on. Our Premier, I think, is going to make a statement tomorrow, hopefully, on the approach of Gauteng. So that approach is going to feed into what the Minister asked us to present to her tomorrow, day after tomorrow. We also have programs, quite a number of programs that we're embarking on. We'll be spending 4 billion per annum in buying goods and services from 2,000 township enterprises. So This is an initiative of the Gauteng province. It's not a departmental program. It's going to cut across all the 11 departments in Gauteng. Your basic rationale is that we can't push a program that we don't support ourselves. So if things are going to be produced by the SMMEs that we're supporting, we have to lead the charge in sourcing from them. So basically that's what it says. And that is the amount that we're looking at spending on them. We'll also use our infrastructure program to support 50 black industrialists, enabling them to participate in your 10 high growth sectors in the Gauteng economy. The 10 high growth sectors you will find in the State of the Province address document that you have with you. We'll also support 50 emerging black farmers, I spoke to this already, and 20 black agro-processors to help them to turn their businesses into full-scale commercial agri-farm enterprises. I spoke to this earlier on. We'll also support 500 cooperatives in the care economy through enabling policy framework that will enable government to buy uniforms, dignity packs, food packs, and vulnerable households directly from cooperative, instead of going through established businesses. So what this means is that this sector must be developed into an industry. They must produce these things, because the situation as it was, and that is what we're addressing, is that they were middlemen. They were buying from established businesses, packaging, and then passing it on. So that's not sustainable, and that's what we're addressing. So we'll change that. And we intend to create 250 sustainable and decent jobs for young people in the Gauteng economy. MEC Mutara will speak to that in detail when she speaks to her presentation. And I think, Program Director, that is my lot for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MEC. We'll now ask Honorable Mutara to take us through. Unfortunately for her, I'll be monitoring that she sticks to the 15 minutes allocated to her. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. To the Chair and the Deputy Chair of NCOP, Chief Whip, and the Chief Whip of the Legislature, I don't see him now. But thank you very much. I think my report is going to be quite short, simply because the Department of Infrastructure Development, in relation to what the NCOP visit conducted, is tasked to do work for client departments. So if we were following the report back from the Department of Health, MEC Masuku, as well as from the HOD of Education for the Department of Education, they sort of responded to many of the issues that we deal with for them. But just to speak to the presentation, is to say that the department is responsible for the full life cycle of all our immovable assets. That's the acquisition, the development, the maintenance, as well as getting rid of any of our fixed assets, which includes land, includes buildings of social nature, so the schools, clinics, hospitals, etc., and as well as managing land for alternate use in the province, which we are still developing the strategy thereof, and we've not yet finalized the strategy of how to repurpose, repackage, and use land parcels and our buildings for alternate use over and above social infrastructure. So the first four pages of the infrastructure of the presentation just speaks to our mandate in relation to the law. On page 5, 6, 7, and 8, we go further to just explain how we have institutionalized the department to be able to respond to either SOPA, SONA commitments, as well as the forward plan for the department as we reposition it in relation to property management, as well as the delivery of the infrastructure services. On page 9 and 10 of the presentation, we speak to what we use as the basis to deliver just on infrastructure, which is the IDMS. It's a treasury tool developed by Treasury. The IDMS is the Infrastructure Development Management Framework and management system that we use, and Treasury is currently finalizing IDMS 2, and we are readying ourselves as a department to be able to use IDMS 2 to be able to deliver on infrastructure. And that really speaks to how we manage the portfolio, we manage the project, and we also manage the operation of the asset. Then going, Chair, to page 11 of a presentation was to then speak to the responses of, or the responses to the NCOP in relation to the undertakings that the department had to speak to. As I indicated, the MEC of Health spoke to some of them because they were of both an operational but also an infrastructure nature. We plan very closely in relation to IDMS. We have to plan very closely with client departments. So the client department will identify the need or request for service, but once the request for service is there, we plan very, very closely with them the execution, the delivery of the asset. So the clinic in Ward 84 in Tsakani was that the response was about operational matters, and it was outside the purview of Department of Infrastructure, and Department of Health has responded to it. At the Ward 51 clinic, also there we are just responsible for the infrastructure and the maintenance of the clinic itself, not necessarily the operation. So Department of Infrastructure does not deal with the booking systems, the human resource. So the NCOP spoke about hiring of nurses and staff, long queues. However, we do understand that a lot of times the infrastructure would either hamper or be able to assist the client departments in meeting their obligations. So if the facility, for an example, is too small, you would have an increase in waiting times or long queues and that sort of thing. So in our plans, we are looking at how we redesign our clinics to be able to assist client departments to respond to their own pressing needs. The clinic in Ward 24 in Bramfisher, it also relates to operations and management. Again, the principle is the same, but if the design and the infrastructure of the clinic hampers the operations, we then take that responsibility as the Department of Infrastructure Development to be able to assist client departments to meet their operational mandates. There were infrastructure matters raised at the Shawelo Clinic in Ward 11 in Alex in Johannesburg. We are responding there. The clinic falls under our Tulisa Park Regional Office, and they are responsible for the clinic's maintenance in that what we refer to as the central corridor. So that's Johannesburg, or the Metro of Johannesburg. We have a maintenance team that is stationed at Zola Clinic, and they respond to all maintenance matters of clinics in Soweto. So for instance, when there is routine maintenance, the clinic in Zola then dispatches to the clinics across the rest of Soweto. However, if there is unplanned, what we refer to as unplanned maintenance, there's a breakdown, or there's something of an emergency nature, the facilities manager at the clinic notifies our team in Zola to respond to. And I think when the NCOP was there, the nature of the problem was an emergency. It was unplanned maintenance. The next just speaks to issues of land. So when we have a request for service from different departments, the first thing that we do is check land availability, either owned land by the provincial government, or land owned by a municipality in our province, or land owned by another national department. We then go in a process. If it is owned by another arm of the state or another sphere of the state, we go through a process of land swap. If it is owned by private, depending on whether we cannot find land owned by a public institution, we then enter into a sale agreement with a private entity. So the next, on page 15 and 16, are those which need land issues. The HOD of Education did speak to all of these schools. where we were dealing with, for instance, stormwater at Amos Mapanga. Now what is left is the land availability assessment. We have made available all the land that would allow the Department of Infrastructure Development to replace these schools in the vicinity of where the current school is. They have been advised, the Department of Education has been advised, we are waiting for them to make a final decision. So what we do in this instance is all of these schools that are listed here, in the report, all had land issues where we are unable to either do work on the current land, or the land is too small for us to do extensions, which is the requirement of the Department of Education. What we then do is offer the Department of Education options, and then they then make a choice depending on where the land is, the size, and we also give them an indication of the implications of each piece of land. So we are waiting for the Department of Education to come back to us. We'll then proceed with whether we have to acquire the land from a private institution, private parties, or go through the land swap process. Just to indicate that we have service level agreements with all the departments in the province in relation to how we maintain their facilities. So different sector departments are different, it's not automatic. Funds are allocated to the sector departments, and then they then make a determination of how they spend their allocation. In terms of head office accommodation for all provincial government departments, we are responsible for the provision of the head office accommodation through a combination of either rental or our own owned property. So we own a number of buildings that accommodate provincial government, and then we also have entered into rental agreements. However, over the next 5 years, we are going to refurbish the rest of our owned buildings and exit the rental arrangements that we have with private entities. The regional office accommodation, which is our service delivery points for the different various departments, and they range from education, human settlements, even economic development, not all provincial departments, but some of them. They can procure their own buildings, but often they come to the Department of DID to be able to enter into lease agreements or to assist. So we end up doing a lot of their rental agreements on their behalf. In terms of schools, DID is not responsible for the day-to-day maintenance of schools. The day-to-day maintenance of schools is managed by SGBs through the Department of Education. However, we do, as a department, conduct restoration and refurbishment of schools. These fall under major planned maintenance program. We also are assisting the Department of Education with the replacement of asbestos schools, and we also are assisting the Department of Education to build new schools, which include schools for learners with special needs and the schools of specialization. We've just listed there the maintenance that we do for the different departments. So again, depending on the SLAs, we do it for health facilities, social development facilities, community safety facilities, as well as regional offices. We maintain the facilities of roads and transport, the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. We also we don't do maintenance for the Departments of Roads and Transport and Agriculture, but we do provide restoration and refurbishment support if the need be. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mutara. You still had 4 minutes, 9 seconds. What is interesting with the Honorable Mutara, she was part of a NCOP delegation that was ensuring that government is making undertakings in fixing some of these issues. She was part of the delegation that was visiting the sites. Little did she know that she will be the one who's now responding to the very undertaking. She made sure that government was taking. Yeah. Can we now take human settlements, acting HOD? This is a gentleman who's intimidating us with the
Yeah.
mask.
I have got the sanitizer, Chair. Just to educate that this is serious. I just saw on my News 24, one of my neighboring estate, there's a new infection as I'm talking to you now. But now the focus here, Chairperson, to be the human settlement responses and the commitments. So I'm going to make sure that I finish this presentation within 15 minutes. So in terms of, I'll start with the commitments. In terms of the growing Gauteng together, the Premier in the morning spoke about it. I don't have to repeat it. So there is a commitment that the department has made, rapid land release. The target for this year is 10,000 sites. We already have more than 6,000, and then 4,000 will be acquired. Now, in terms of the incomplete projects, we do have quite a number of incomplete projects, and we did conducted the studies in terms of to have a baseline. So we are currently doing what we call structural assessment, so that we can be able to have a bill of quantity and repair those houses. Then the mega projects, Gauteng has got a program called mega projects. The focus of this project is to make sure that wherever we develop, we do have all other socioeconomic amenities that are necessary for that area. So at the moment, we do have 16 of the projects that are under implementation, and then 31 of them are still out of the remaining one are still at the detailed planning stage. Now we have got a program. The title is handover. The biggest challenge that we have with this program is that some of the townships, I'm just going to be slightly slow, because many people, we take it is a very easy project. The townships, just after democracy, were established through an act called Less Formal Township Act. Less formal means less formal. It means it is neither a complete township, it is in between. And those kind of township were not proclaimed and registered. And the problem with such township is that you cannot issue a title deed until you then comply with the conditions. Let me give you one example, just to make it easier. Bramfisherville. Bramfisherville has been long developed, but the conditions attached to that township is that it must have tarred road, effective stormwater drain. Those conditions were put by the municipality at the time of the application of the township approval. Until you sort those kind of things, you will not be able to issue a title deed. So now, one can say, why didn't you at the time when you were building that township do the stormwater drain, the tar road? I mean, you remember the subsidy at that time were ranging around 16,000. It was just quickly to build a house, and the good faith was that the municipality will come and put the tar road and the stormwater drain. So to date, if I can then indicate how far we have progressed, we have been able to issue 7,829 title deeds around Gauteng. The target is 38,655. But if you look at the targets versus what we have delivered, it is very low. And then now, as I have indicated about the conditions, the other area is that the municipalities have issued what we call service certificate. They call it 113, which means that this certificate simply says you have complied with the conditions of the townships. And then after having that certificate, you then have to go to the deed office and then say this township can be registered. After it is registered and proclaimed, then you can be able to lodge a title deed, and then a title deed can be issued. So those are some of the challenges that we are experiencing as we do the township, as we implement the title deed program. But the matter has been elevated, and our MEC is aware of that, and then we are working with the municipalities on either to relax some of the conditions. we had a meeting with the deed office to say, can you relax some of the conditions? They had an argument to say, if you say don't put the stormwater drain at Brandfisher, for example, don't put the tire road, and there is a storm, a flood, and those houses got flooded. Who will be sued? It will be the deed office. So we have got such kind of discussion to say which ones can be relaxed and which ones can be complied. And that has got an impact in terms of our issue of the title deed. But we are working on that. Then the province has resuscitated what you call urban renewal. Everton, Winterfeld, and Beckersdale, and Alexander program. The good news with Alexander is that the national minister has taken it to be implemented right at National Human Settlement because of the challenges that we had, we all know. So we're actually remaining with Everton, Winterfeld, and Beckersdale. And then the approach is that all the master plans should be reviewed, and the cabinet, I'm referring the provincial one, then approve that, and all the departments will then have to ring-fence budget for those renewal, because it goes beyond one department for you to implement the urban renewal. It is more or less like the district-based model that the president talks about. The land innovation, in terms of the bylaws, the municipalities have to enforce the bylaws that people should not willy-nilly occupy land that belong to properties and land that belong to government or to private owners. But what the MEC and the province have done is that from the province side, we have initiated what you call counter land invasion strategy. And we're working together with the municipality in a coordinated manner so that we can be able to deal with the land invasion. The good news is that our MEC is the MEC of Kokta, which means that he's responsible for providing support and supervision of the municipalities. The hostel upgrade, many hostels were upgraded. I'm sure you all know, in places like Soweto, beautiful hostels that looks like the townhouses or in the upper market. But the challenge that we had was that when we were developing those hostels at that time, the residents of hostels do not earn, 70% of them are currently not any more than 3,500. Now the challenge is now after then converting that into family units, the problem is rental. And some of them like Stuka has been invaded and others have been vandalized. So what the strategy that we're coming with this year is that all hostels should be converted to RDP or CAP. So immediately that you finish it, then you hand over like any other RDP that you build for people earning 3,500 downwards. There's an example of one of the best practice of the mega projects called Elijah Barai in Western. I would not go in detail, it is in the report. I think you have seen the local economic empowerment in line to what the MEC of Economic Development has just presented earlier. Then I will quickly go to the responses in terms of what you have queried during your visit. They were largely in Ikurlane. The first one was the Chief Albert Lutuli. The project in terms of the yield is 7,274. What it means, when that development is complete, it must yield 7,274. But at the moment, I'm just quickly going to indicate how far we have gone. We're able to service 2,841 stands, and 2,218 houses have been completed and allocated to beneficiaries. Now, I will quickly just highlight what are the common problems in that project. It is illegal invasion of houses. Actually, members, there is problem in Gauteng. Actually, there is lawlessness. I am going to give example. I won't waste time. December, I went to Botswana. The moment I passed the border, I knew I'm in Botswana, and I behaved. But when you come to the other side, there is lawlessness. So people on the houses that we build for our people, they either, in Alex, they take you out of your house and they illegally occupy it. So those are some of the problems that we are experiencing in the province. But as far as Chipul Tool is concerned, the municipality is busy with the eviction order. We do have quite a number of eviction order in number of projects, but it comes at a cost. It is not free. You have to pay the sheriff, you have to pay the security that you have to then take out the equipments in the house to the finisher to the police station. So it definitely comes with a cost for you to evict. Now the second one is the extension 4. The progress is there as the report has been given to you, and the risks are more or less the same. And the other one is Recher Park, which is known as Leopold. The project is aimed to deliver 24,266. But in terms of the progress, we are mostly still at the bulk infrastructure development and servicing of sites. We are not yet at the level of building houses. And the Palm Ridge. Palm Ridge, we have got a section of where we have put aside 670 sites for the military veterans. And then in terms of the progress, 158 houses has been completed, the others are still on construction. So this, the main purpose was to respond to the need of the military veterans. Now, what are the challenges? We get our beneficiaries from the Department of Military Veterans. So then immediately after we got that list, then we have to put it in our subsidy scheme to see whether the person qualifies or not. So in some cases, then the system will say the person benefited before. And then now, because it's a military veterans, we have to get permission for the override. So the process of beneficiary approval for this program, it is definitely quite slow. The other things that you find that are common with military veterans.
You've got 3 minutes.
We've got those that have got statutory numbers, and then we've got those that do not have, but they still claim to be the military veterans. So the Mayfield, it is mostly at the planning site, and Palm Ridge, beside the military veterans, we are at the moment completing more than 3,000 houses, and then they'll be ready before the next financial year. I think Palm Ridge, the last one is the Golden Gardens. The progress there, 1,398 houses have been completed, and then the challenges are clear there. It is the issues of a budget. A hostel, Kagiso, I have indicated the plan for the whole hostels that we have in the province. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Can you please make sure that we get copies? We don't have copies of the information that you are giving to us. But can I also ask the officials from the MSC's Office of Economic Development? We only have the document on the, is it GTT or GGT? But we don't have the responses. We hear the MEC was talking about Pick and Pay. We've been paging through, we couldn't find the responses on the document. So if we can also get copies of the responses, but also human settlements.
There is the parliamentary officer. Where I'm sitting, I was informed that every member has got it, but I take note of what you request. I'm sure he's hearing, he's working there at the back. He's hearing, but I will re-enforce it. Thank you.
Do the same. Make sure that members have copies as you take us through the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair of the session.
15 minutes.
The Chairperson of the NCOP, Deputy Chair, and the honorable members. I would like to refer you to this document, yes, as our presentation. I would like to start where the Premier almost ended, but also say that the Gauteng government or the Office of the Premier, in line with the decision by the President, has established what we call the policy unit, which its aim is to coordinate policy coherence in the province, but also ensure that the program and plan of government is implemented in a more coordinated manner, including the fact that the policy unit will be working with the 3 critical departments which are looked at the centers of government, COGTA, with regards to the delivery development model, DDM, but also with Treasury with regards to the support, particularly financial support to municipalities so that they can be able to meet their mandate. With regards to the issues that have got to do with the economy, the plan as outlined by the Premier, both in the State of the Province address and in the Growing Gauteng Together plan, which looks at the next 11 years in line with the National Development Plan. The plan identifies 10 critical growth sectors, and these critical growth sectors relate to energy security, primarily because we believe that the economy has got to be sustained by us investing in alternative energy. Transportation and logistics is another critical sector that we believe is important with regards to growing the economy, but also with regards to creating jobs that are necessarily needed across society. ICT and the digital sector, and this includes the training of coding in early childhood development, primary schools, but also it's able to attract those that necessarily do not have high-end skills, which is a challenge with the financial services sector. Tourism and hospitality, as you heard, the MECs, both MEC Mutara and also MEC Musupe were able to articulate very well why we think tourism is important, but also why, with regards to the issues that we raised last year, it's going to assist us create jobs, particularly for young people and also for women who are necessarily a majority in our society. Food, beverages, agro-processing and agribusiness are also is another critical sector that we are going to be investing in, learning from the work we did in the past 5 years, but also in the past 25 years or so. We believe that Gauteng, even though it's highly urbanizing, we have a very high, good skills and capability on agro-processing, and that's why we have invested, or perhaps we're going to invest in a number of agri-parks, and including an establishment of a special agro-processing zone in the West Rand, which is the Western Corridor. The automotive and aerospace defense, the MEC would have spoken about that. This is another critical area. For over a year, for a number of years now, we have been putting a lot of investment to make sure that we retain those that have invested in the automotive industry or automotive sector, which is mainly found in the Northern Corridor, which is Tshwane, BMW, Nissan, Ford, and other OEMs. As we speak, we're expanding that special economic zone, primarily because of the offtakes and the investments and the expansion by Ford, and the Department of Economic Development has been leading that work to an extent that we are going to create new but also sustain existing jobs despite the challenges that we have in the economy. Of course, the financial services industry, this is what we're doing very well with the private sector so that we can invest in this sector. The cultural and the creative sector is also another important sector as part of those 10 high growth areas that we're investing in. With the Department of Economic Development, the Department of Sports, working with national and arts community, we are putting a lot of money to make sure that this sector thrives. Also because you might be well aware that Gauteng is the macrocosm of the country, and therefore as much as possible many people will come here. And this is despite the fact that for a very short space of time, some of these activities that are linked to the creative industries would be downgraded because of the coronavirus. But we do think that post this, we will be able to create much needed jobs. Of course, the last area of focus is the cannabis industry. We're working with other provinces such as the Eastern Cape, a bit of KZN, and the industry itself. We are working together through the Department of Agriculture to invest in this critical area of work or sector, primarily because we think it will assist us to create much needed jobs. Of course, all these critical 10 growth sectors are being implemented in the 5 core development corridors. Where we are now is the central corridor, which is Johannesburg, and the major focus here is the financial services sector, ICT, pharmaceutical industries. And of course, in the West Rand, we are strengthening the agricultural sector, including the establishment of an agricultural college, increasing investment on the agro-processing, including the hydroponics. Also because we believe that area, we need to diversify it as a result of the decline in the mining industry. The southern corridor, which is the Vaal, we're also investing a lot of energy in building the new city there, including working with the manufacturing sector or the private sector to reinvest in the industrial or reindustrialization of the steel industry and other critical sectors within the manufacturing value chain. Our manufacturing hub, which is Ekurhuleni, we're working very well there to make sure that we expand the IDZ, including the investments by the AXA and the Ekurhuleni Metro in terms of the expansion of the Erythropolis, which to an extent is going to help us create and build a new city anchored around the airport, hence the notion of an Erythropolis. Of course, we're building a new university there. That as well will help us create new skills that the economy is demanding so that we can be in a position to create much needed jobs in our province. Of course, in the plan of itself, the plan of action, Growing Gauteng Together, from page 25, you will be able to see that there are specific interventions that we have outlined. Just to mention a few, support for women-led SMMEs is another critical one. Setting aside 40% of our procurement spend for women is one of the critical areas that we will be measuring the performance of our departments against. We're also going to be supporting black farmers across the departments, working with the Department of Agriculture so that we can create much needed jobs in those areas of work. This includes also allocating sufficient funds or investment to make sure that procurement spend, as MEC Mutara might have been able to indicate, is towards local content. So every new development that is going to take place in our province, we are going to make sure that we reinvest in local content because we believe that manufacturing is critical. As you heard the Premier, this plan of action for the next 10 to 11 years is about reindustrializing Gauteng. And I think to an extent that our response to the current challenges of health forces us to relook at ourselves, to relook at our own capabilities. And I think reinvesting in our own capabilities will make sure that as much as possible, we're able to produce locally and therefore create jobs in our country, perhaps in this instance in our province. We have examples wherein we're able to, through the program that the Premier leads, of visiting firms. So learning from the NCOP work and Tirisano, the Premier visits firms on a regular basis to see how best we can partner with the private sector to create and deregulate as much as possible, make it easy for people to do business with government, but also invest in this economy. The last point is that the Premier has established what we call the Invest Infrastructure Committee that will sit regularly, chaired also by MEC Mutara, looking at what we call our infrastructure investment pipeline plans for the next 10 to 5 years. MEC Mutara will also be able to share with you what we call our pipeline plan, where we are able to bring in a lot of our social infrastructure investment, and we're engaging the private sector to see if whether they can be able to help fund some of our social infrastructure investment as a result of the challenges in the fiscus. In short, that's our response. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mbanda. You have saved us 4 minutes. Honorable members, Chairperson of the NCOP, House Chair, Chairperson of the committees, this is the session for questions. And we will then allow members to ask questions in each presentation. And then let me note hands now for the presentation on economic development. Safe to say, honorable members, the MEC of economic development in terms of the responses, they were not in the presentation that they gave us now, but the responses are in the pack that is in the program. The responses are there in the program, which members has. Let me note hands, honorable members. It's 1 this side, 2 for economic development. 1, 2, 3. I only have 3 hands, honorable members. Number 1 is the
Thank you. With regard to Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, in the current financial year, how many beneficiaries have been helped and how many applications were received? And what turnaround time to process the applications? Again, ma'am, there are business forum who go around claiming that they are representing the SMMEs in the communities, demanding that the communities be given subcontractors or subcontracting offers that they offer. Then it happens that it's vice versa. Then they harassing the SMMEs, and then if the communities members raises concerns, they are being threatened. So I want to know that if the department knows about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable member. Number 2. No, at the back.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, without having looked at the state of the province address, I learned on the presentation that there are sectors that have shared predominantly shared a lot of jobs. I just want to check from the province as to whether there are any attempts or intervention that are highlighted to kind of cushion the impact in terms of job losses and supporting those sectors that have shared jobs in an endeavor to contribute to Grow Gauteng 2030, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Number 3.
Honorable Chair, when we look at this particular province in terms of economic development, this is in a different league, simply because of the reason there is, as the report suggesting, that there is major share of the direct foreign investment is coming here. Secondly, every year there is human population moving in. We have heard the challenges of housing and all that because of the movement. But the movement of the people from various provinces is giving an economic activity. That economic activity is actually giving opportunities. So, how is it not manifesting when we look at the unemployment rate is still above 30%? We understand and appreciate that this is a leading province in terms of the economic growth. But if we look at these two factors, are we able to manage what we are getting into the real terms outcome? The second one is, we talked, many of the people were, earlier presentations were talking about the foreign spaza shops and all that. If you simply take 5,000 spaza shop with a nominal fees of 100 rand per month, we are talking about 6 million rand. But this is not being collected because of there is no regularization. So this province, if it regularizes, because this is where most of the people are starting there, coming in as a migrant, it actually changes the economic landscape of this province. I think, how is the MEC going to deal that? And the third one about youth unemployment. We have seen, MEC, that there are programs and strategies you are putting. But the question is that EWP, the extended work program, which actually giving people less than an amount which is not sustainable. What other programs? And in that particular context, we need to look at the Department of Infrastructure. When the MEC was presenting, in your SOPA, you were saying that the releasing the land and also the unused buildings. Now my question is, or my concern is that how this is going to be linking by the MEC Economic Development to utilize the job creation. Because SOPA is saying, and as per the SOPA, one of the strategies is to release land, also the unused buildings. And lastly, about agriculture. For the past many years, it is in a negative sentiment. And you must not be worried as a province. All the provinces, we call it is a game changer, but it's not changing any game. So I think it needs some pragmatic solutions to attend that particular one. More than we say that, okay, there could be people getting into, we have seen that your program where, 29 emerging black farmers are being assisted. It's a good path, but does it really address to the 31% unemployment rate? Thank you.
Thank you very much, number 4. Okay, there was the fourth hand, but it's okay. Honorable members, just to save time, let's go to the second presentation, the questions for that presentation. Infrastructure. Questions for infrastructure. That was Honorable MEC Mutara's presentation. Any questions for infrastructure? Going one. Oh, there's one hand.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, only one clarity around the undertakings. I see that all that is written in red, which I assume means that the target was not met, has to do with land availability or land assessment. Would I then be correct to say that the land is a critical issue or is a problem in terms of meeting some of the undertakings that were made during taking Parliament to the people in 2018? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay. Number 2.
Thank you, Honorable Chairs. Chairperson, when Honorable MEC Mutara was presenting, she spoke of her responsibility from Department of Infrastructure as an implementing agent. And they are implementing the plans, and the client departments, we do understand that they have to avail budget. My question is around maintenance, because in her presentation, when she spoke to that responsibilities, she also said that is the responsibility of the department, but I have a different understanding, having been in that environment, that as an implementing agent, when you build this, or you implement, you build these structures, that the schools or clinics or hospitals that the agent department have requested you to do. As an implementing agent and also having the special knowledge and professionals that is needed in the province, you need to have a maintenance plan that you are going to produce to the client department so that they can have it and also budget for it. We are in the situation that we are as a country in as far as the municipalities, service delivery in the municipalities, and that of ESCOM because of lack of maintenance. So I just want to caution to say, as an implementing agent, you have all the necessary knowledge for the building that you are doing or you are responsible for. You must have a maintenance plan and let the client department budget on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Those are the two questions. Can we move then to the third presentation, which was human settlement and COCTA? Questions to the acting HOD? I see only one hand. Yes, member? Two.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to ask the department, how long does it take for them to allocate houses for the relevant owners when it is finished? And do they have any plan to prevent illegal occupants? Because if I can see here in their presentation in Chief Albert Lutul Extension 4 project, you can see that the project has started in 2018. So I just wanted to check, do they have a relevant time to allocate houses for the owners to prevent this thing of illegal occupants? And then the second one will be, how do they deal with their officials in the office regarding the issue of corruption? How do they deal with it? Because in most cases, you'll hear that the houses are being sold for the people who are not supposed to own it, to allocate it for it. So I just wanted to check on how do they deal with it, or how many people have they arrested so far, their official, regarding this issue of selling houses. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, member number two.
Thank you, Chairperson. In terms of, if I write on the question illegal occupation of houses, I want to link it with, illegal occupation of land. What measures are in place that the provincial government or department employs in ensuring that issues of illegal land occupation are avoided or kind of preempted even before they happen? The second one, Chair, is around title deeds. When I look at the figures in terms of what was presented, the department is not doing very well in terms of the target and the actual in terms of numbers. What could be the challenges and what interventions are in place in order to address such challenges? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, members. Can we then move to the last presentation, which are questions for the Planning Commission? Any questions on that presentation? If none, then honorable members, can we request the acting HOD to come and respond to the questions?
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. How long does it take to allocate a house? First of all, the beneficiaries that we have to allocate must be in the waiting list that is nationally centralized. And then now we submit that a beneficiary for approval. There is an allocation committee which is administered by the province and the municipality. Then once the beneficiaries is approved by the national system, because it checks if you once have owned a house before. So it is a system that checks Home Affairs, deed office and so on. Now, that process takes its time. So what we planning to do going forward, instead of waiting for a house to be built, we want to allocate a stand to a house. That will help us, because once you know that a stand to a beneficiary, once you know that this stand belongs to you, you will help us actually in telling us if is there anybody that want to invade that stand or that house. So the process of allocating the beneficiaries is going forward. We then agree that it must be linked to a stand. That was done before. The challenge was that at the time when the house is complete, the beneficiary has moved to another province. And in most of the time, Gauteng, you all know, we have to agree, all of us, we are from somewhere. And then at certain time, people go back, and at the time when we are looking for them, and then they become difficult to be traced. And then the person went back from the province of origin. So we then said, if we then link you to a stand, and then we cannot trace you, then we'll then have a way of trying to replace you after we have advertised and making sure that you come and claim your house. So that is the strategy that we are going to we are actually going to implement going forward, because we have got a massive land and the houses invasion that is taking place throughout the province. And then in terms of the strategy, I have indicated that the MEC has initiated the anti-land invasion strategy. I think when I was in Johannesburg, Executive Mayor Masondo, the former, you had a very good strategy of rapid response to land invasion from the municipal side in terms of the bylaws. But that strategy that was working, it is in most of the municipalities, we have got that challenge of not implementing that in terms of enforcing the bylaws. So the MEC took an initiative to form what you call land innovation task team, and that include the municipalities. So the strategy and the framework will then guide and resuscitate those good programs that municipality used to implement in terms of land invasion. And then we had an IGR meeting before this NCOP. Many municipalities have come out with programs of how to deal with land invasion. So the other approach is that we'll have what you call a retainer of intelligence security services. That means before there's an invasion, then we'll be informed. And then once you get informed before the person illegally put a structure, you do not necessarily need what we call a court eviction. You can immediately stop here and there because you pick that within 24 hours. So that a plan is in place, and then what is left is for it to be taken to ESCO for approval. But that doesn't mean in the meantime there's a vacuum. So the other approach is blanket court order. Blanket order, it means that we then have to take stock of all government land that we own, and then when we go to the court, we then have obtained a blanket court order to say, should anybody invade or occupy this property illegally, we then do not have to go to court again and get a court order. So we'll simply just activate the security to prevent the land invasion. So the blanket court order has not been obtained yet, but the matter is at the court at the moment. Now, the title deeds, I have explained this one, Chair, you will forgive me. I will request to be slightly slow. I know the time is not on my side. Many townships were established by different legislations. Some of them were established through what you call Less Formal Township Act. Less Formal Township Act, it means the township was established not completely, half, sort of. It was not proclaimed and not registered. And one can say, why was that happen? It's because in 1995, just post 94, the backlog of people that needing houses was massive. And government came with a program with those kind of legislation so that we can quickly make our people to have houses. But now, those townships today, because they were never, I'm going to be slow, they were never registered with the deed office. They were never proclaimed. You can't issue a title deed. It's just simply like a house that is built in a traditional area. So what we do have to do now is to formalize those townships and then get them proclaimed and registered. Then we can issue a title deed. But there are conditions that are attached to those townships. I gave an example of Brandfisherville to say before you can proclaim and register that township, you must have an effective stormwater drain. You must have a tarred road. So now the other one can say, why didn't you do the first time? The subsidy that was available at that time was 16,000. And then 16,000 was meant simply to do the services and to build a house, not actually to do stormwater drain or a tar road. The aim was that the municipality, as we build as province, will then do the stormwater drain, will then build the tar road. But unfortunately, those conditions have not been complied. Then what the MEC has then engaged the mayors to say, can't you relax some of the conditions? They are not the same, they differ actually. Not every township is same as Brandfisherville. So what we have done is that we are busy compiling each townships and each conditions, so that then we then say which ones can we relax, so that then we can issue the title deeds, and which ones they will need funding for you to do the stormwater drain. But the good news with Brandfisher, I just got report from COJ, they're already doing the stormwater drain and they're already doing the tarring of the roads. So what I'm trying to say is that the issue of the title deed, it is not as easy as we think it is. The Development Facilitation Act was one of the acts that was used to establish the townships. And it has been recently found that it was constitutionally invalid, and it was established and enacted in 1995. So those are some of the things that we are currently having as challenges, but we are not surrendering. I'm saying the MEC has made an initiative to have a bilateral with the municipalities to address the issue of the title deeds. And then we also working with National on the same matter. They wanted us to come out with a plan to say, as you build houses, how do you issue the title deed? Because one of the plans is that as we construct to avoid the same problem, as we give the happy letter, we must at the same time make sure that within few months we give you a title deed so that you do not have the same backlog. So if there's any further reports that can explain this in detail, we do not have a problem to provide such report in writing in that area. Then you can help us, we'll then do it, and then we can make available to the NCOP and honorable members. Thank you.
Acting HOD, you have not responded to the question of corruption,
Oh, okay.
selling of houses, the turnaround time for issuing a happy letter. I think we spend a lot of time on title deed. If you could speak to those two issues, we have 5 minutes.
The we have got what we call anti-corruption unit in the department. The unit report directly to the HOD, and they do have cases that the audit committee follows every time we go for quarterly meetings. And in those meetings, is in committee. In committee means not everybody is allowed to hear what is happening there. And then the report that we have is that the moment they have done the investigation internally, we do not have powers as the human settlement to arrest. We then open a case and hand over the cases to the Hawks to then continue with the issues of corruption. So in that case, it takes more than one law enforcement agencies to deal with that kind of corruption. And then members, you are also allowed to bring the information if you have and say, so and so is corrupt, is selling houses. Because when we ask people to then say, give us names and then proof of those people that you have seen selling houses and that are doing corruption, we do not get those names. And we don't mind. Here I'm sitting, the MEC has delegated me. If members have got names of people that they do know, we will welcome to have those names, and then we'll give them to the anti-fraud corruption unit, and they will do investigation, and then if there's a prima facie case, they will hand over the cases to the Hawks. So we do not have that power to arrest, but we do hand over the cases to the law enforcement agencies. Now, in terms of the turnaround time, once the house is complete, from outside it looks complete, but there are legislations that controls the allocations of the house. One, there are building regulations. The municipality has to issue what you call occupation certificate, which means this house is suitable for to be occupied. The National Housing Regulation Council have to certify that this house is habitable. And the department has got its own quality assurance, which also says this house is habitable. Immediately we have such approvals, the happy letter is issued and the house is allocated immediately. But what I have indicated was that process of waiting for the house to be complete, it then leads to what you call a house illegal occupation. We are moving from that strategy to say, the moment we then have a stand identified, we must then link that stand to a beneficiary, so that the beneficiaries can know that this stand, it is mine. And then once the beneficiary knows that the stand is mine, it will then help us in reducing the issue of illegal occupation of houses or land invasion, because he will say, my stand is being illegally occupied. So we moving from waiting for the house to be completed to then immediately link a stand to a beneficiary, so that immediately the house is complete, the beneficiary can occupy that particular house. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Acting HOD. MEC Mutara. Please.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the questions around when I started the presentation, Honourable Member, I spoke about the property development strategy that we are working on that must go to EXCO, which is part of the economic, it's also a pillar of the economic strategy of the province. What we've done is to identify the different categories of properties that we have. So it's land, it's unoccupied, it's abandoned, it's seeded back from end user departments. So for instance, like old schools that the Department of Education, as an example, has no need for. What we are going to do in the strategy is to determine who will qualify for use of the land, for repurposing of the buildings, unused or not, and then also to look at different models for BOTs, build, operate and transfer in the province. So that's one, is to increase our income and to look at income generation from our assets. but also to look at being able to attract additional investment. So Mdu spoke very briefly about in the GDT 2030, there's a part where we speak about the 5-year project pipeline, which I'm responsible for. So it's a 5-year project pipeline which incorporates infrastructure projects of municipalities, SOEs, national departments as well as provincial. And then we do have some information on private entities. But the idea is that the 5-year project pipeline is supposed to give investors an idea of where the development trajectory is of the provincial government, so that they can make decisions of where to invest their money. But also it's so that we give confidence to the private sector, that definitely government in this year is going to spend this amount of money in this corridor to do X, Y, Z. So to be able to attract investment, you've got to give investors confidence, but also you've got to give them confidence that your plans are executionable. And that's what we are doing. So that's what the property development strategy is. Currently, it's being reviewed, and we should take it back to EXCO before the end of April for final ratification. And then, like I say, we will make the land available through various means, either municipalities, SOEs, other public entities, as well as private bodies, but also looking at BOT for investment attraction. Then, member, you spoke about the maintenance plan. So yes, we do have maintenance plans for all our owned buildings and those that we are directly responsible for to maintain. Client departments like all departments, are supposed to develop their own user asset management plans, so UAMPs, and that will determine what Treasury makes available in the ECE, the estimates of capital expenditure. We do assist departments to be able to develop their user asset management plans. However, some are not as comprehensive as they should be. Definitely in terms of the law and in terms of GIAM, which is the Government Immovable Asset Management Act, the department is responsible for the life cycle of the asset, beginning to end. However, we do have challenges, and it's a challenge in this department, but across the sector. So National Public Works has the same, public works in different provinces have the same challenge, where different departments, because the budget is allocated to them directly, they often take responsibility that they're not mandated to do. So we have a lot of mandate creep as an example. So with us, we are going through a painful process with the Department of Health. We want to start with the Department of Health because they have a lot of our assets in our asset registry, 32 hospitals, more than 250 clinics, and we are still building. To go through a process of clearly stipulating what they can do and what they can't do. So to be very specific, they can change a door handle, but they can't change the door. So that's what we are doing with the Department of Health. We'll do the same with the Department of Education and all other departments. You find it a lot with bigger departments because of their bigger allocation for maintenance. But we think that if we can get it right with the big departments, but it's a challenge that all sister departments in the space are confronted with nationally as well, because in terms of the GIAM Act, we are responsible for the life cycle of the building. So the Department of Education, as an example, does day-to-day maintenance, but if a walkway collapses, which it did in the province, it becomes the responsibility of DID. So we want to be able to just take over our responsibility as we should. I think that just speaks to it's the budget, but also the SLAs, to be able to tighten the SLAs and be more specific, and then to get to a point where we do planned and unplanned maintenance. We've gone through an extensive program right now of getting all our occupied buildings up to the level of OHS compliance at grade 3. So that means that all the buildings do have planned maintenance for the next 3 years, which is costed, which is budgeted for, and money has been made available through Treasury. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, MC Mtara. MC Msupi.
Thanks, Chairperson. There was a question around JEP, and it was for me to indicate how many beneficiaries we have. Now, Chair, before I respond to that directly, I just want them to state the following, that in my referring to JEB in my presentation was in relation to the question that was asked regarding the relationship that we have with, or the partnership rather, that we have with Pick n Pay. So my response is going to be twofold. In relation to the partnership that we have with Pick n Pay, remember it was started in 2014 and it was a pilot in Gauteng. So beneficiaries in that sense, there's 5, and all of them are successful. Some of them have expanded their stores already, and in the 5 that I'm referring to, they are not in your franchise, they are your Pick n Pay stores. So our plan as the department going forward in the new financial year is to have 2 per corridor, the 5 corridors that we have in Gauteng. So that's a plan that we have. Do we have applications in that sense? Yes, there's interest. Interest is beyond what we are planning, but we have to be realistic in our planning so that we are then able to achieve our plans. In general terms, if you want to know how many people, remember JEB gives financial and non-financial support to SMMEs and co-ops, and for the financial year, it's 3,386 beneficiaries, SMMEs and co-ops. In terms of turnaround, and this also is dependent on the applicants meeting the requirements. The turnaround time is 6 weeks. Okay. There was also a question around sectors that shared jobs, whether we have programs that support them. Honorable Member, I'm going to refer you to the package that you have with yourself. I just want to tell you what the slide number is. I think it's slide number 21. Yeah, definitely, it's slide number 21. It breaks the programs that we have into corridors. You will see that the northern corridor, which is Tshwane, the Tshwane area, is focused on automotive hubs, innovation, research and development, your TIH, your innovation hub. Yeah, and there's also agriculture and agro-processing, defense and aerospace. And there's also the West Rand, the Western Corridor, which is looking at mining, mineral beneficiation, agriculture, agro-processing, tourism, retail and renewable energy. The Southern Corridor, that's your area in Sidibeng. It's focusing on tourism, agriculture and agro-processing and logistics. The Central Corridor, Johannesburg, it's focused on finance, ICT, retail and business services, business tourism, pharmaceuticals. This Ndu spoke to in detail in his presentation. And the Eastern Corridor, which is Ekurhuleni, which is our most productive, one of the sectors that is performing very well. It's looking at advanced manufacturing, food and beverages, defense, aerospace, transport, logistics, machinery, and capital equipment. But also, if you read the document, the GGT 2030, and you look at those 10 high growth areas that the Premier and Ndu spoke to earlier on, it outlines the programs and the focus that the province is looking at. So yeah, those are the programs that we're looking at. There was also a comment and a question around spaza shops and regulation, youth unemployment programs and agriculture game changers. The comment is welcome, and yes, we agree with you fully that in measuring the outcomes and the impact, we should not only change the approach in terms of how we do it, but I'm also going to refer you to some sections in the GGT 2030. If you have time, if you can look at those, you'll find those. But we also spoke in my presentation and in Ndu's presentation also, I spoke about the 50 targeted farmers that we have, and the others are 20, which are youth and women. So we have specific programs that are focused at what we want to achieve in terms of agriculture in its broader terms, and agro-processing as well. So we have those 3 programs, but the other program that the Premier spoke about to address the very real terms outcomes that you referred to is the cannabis, yes, and the green economy.
in its broad sense. The only challenge that we're facing in terms of developing the cannabis industry, because we believe that it is an industry and it should be developed in an industry, is the current national act as it is right now. So, but what gives us hope is that national itself is looking at the impediments, or the shortcomings in the existing act. But remember, as province, we are allowed to legislate ourselves. So I think if it's not this Friday, maybe the coming Friday, we have called as a Department of Agriculture for, will be publishing, calling for plans around the very same agriculture in a broad sense, the green economy and the cannabis industry. So we're looking at those possibilities. So if you have ideas, it will be in the newspapers. We would appreciate looking at plans that you might have. Agriculture, in our belief, remains a game changer, and that's why it is mentioned in all of the documents, not only in my presentation, in the SOPA, in the GGT 2030 plan as well. We believe, and we also believe in the plans that we have. You will see that we are moderate in our approach. We don't want to be too far out. We want to have measurable and impactful outcomes. So I think I have, spaza shop, regulation and township, the township economy. In May, in May, we have the Township Development Act that is going to serve in the legislature. Its intention, in a nutshell, is to address what we have observed as province in all of the municipalities, that they have too many regulations in terms of the bylaws. Some of the bylaws, believe it or not, are older than I am. I'm not going to tell you how old I am, so that should give you an idea of how old they are. But some of them are they're still typewritten, if you can believe, those old typewriters that, and every now and then, maybe an official, out of frustration, out of wanting to do the right thing, they would access an old, they call them ordinances actually. They would access an old ordinance, and because they want to be compliant themselves, want to apply that. And you find that it's not even related, it's not even aligned to any of the current acts that we have. So it's to answer that very same frustration, not only for ourselves as government, but for people who are interested in business, especially in townships. That's one of the reasons why we will be tabling that in the House in May. And we believe that it will go through. I think, Chairperson, I have responded to all of the questions.
Thank you very much, MEC. Honorable members, a round of applause for all our presenters. I think we've come to the end of the session. We are taking back the session to the House Chair, Honorable Nyambi, to close the session for the day. Honorable members, I'm informed that I must remind you that there is transport outside for those who don't have transport, 2 Kumbis. And also remind members that accommodation is at Capital 20 Sandton and Morningside. From myself and Honorable Khai, thank you very much.
Afternoon, honorable members. Afternoon, honorable members. The GPL accommodation, Capital 20, Morningside. Let me start by thanking the Gauteng for being organized and ready and understanding the real essence of a report back session of taking Parliament to the people, and thanking all the facilitators that were busy with the different briefings and all the presenters. I will deal with the process issue. The chairperson of the NCOP, Tate Masondo, and the deputy speaker, Melukas, speaker of Gauteng, Honorable Mehwe, and the deputy speaker of Gauteng, all of them, when they were opening the first session, all of them, you were here, they touched this issue of coronavirus. So that is why when we decided to highlight it, and Chair went to town explaining that we are trying to organize something to empower members so that they can understand. But you'll understand that there are some other processes going on in some different areas, and it's giving a challenge to this program of NCOP. But dealing with the issues of today, starting with the first one of the composition of legislatures. The Premier raised it the first time in relation to Gauteng, but today he even explained the impact to other provinces, because in 1994 you'll remember that the numbers of different provinces, they are totally different to what it is today. So for that reason, it's not only Gauteng. And as the House that is dealing with that issue, I think it will be in order to extend the invitation, Mr. Khaya, to all relevant stakeholders, starting with Statistician General, to come and deal with these things, so that once and for all, we're assisting all the provinces in terms of composition of different legislatures, because the numbers are a real challenge. Be that as it may, what was happening today when we're getting different MECs and different national department responding to the executive undertakings of 2018, what came out clearly is that those issues were attended to accordingly. So it was a confirmation that spending time doing planning is not a waste of time. And that's what happened when we came to Gauteng to meet different stakeholders planning for this day. But there's one leg that is still missing, the one of the public, because we represent these people. And for those people to get the information, how do we intend to take these issues to the people, given the reality that is facing us, the challenge of the country now, as announced by the Honorable President Ramaphosa? We expect committees right from the legislature and committees in the NCOP to be the one that will be taking these issues forward, because what is good is that it's still the beginning of the term. We still have the 4 years. So, but in terms of coming as a report back session, as the entire composition of the NCOP, it will definitely be an impossible exercise. But different relevant respective committees, right from legislature and in the province, working with different municipalities, we can be able at an appropriate time, when the time is allowing and the situation is right in the country, to do the interaction with the ordinary people. The issue of the program as announced by the chair, I indicated that there are issues that you might have seen that one or two out of the people that were doing presentation here, they have to rush to other meetings because of the challenge that is facing the country. We are still working around the clock to make it possible that we can secure, even if it means a flyer that will assist us, because we are agents of dissemination of information and be sharing information with the public that is more than relevant. And it will be an impossible exercise if we don't get it. You might have seen today, when you see somebody with a mask, I was talking to somebody next to me. I realized that even the understanding is different. The member that was next to me is saying, it means this person has got a problem, so it's not going to infect us. But I was telling him though, no, it might be the other way around, that it's afraid of us so that Yena must be safe. But it's a typical example that a proper understanding of what are we dealing with and how to make sure that all of us are in the same page. Just imagine as public reps when you get a platform to assist ordinary people if we don't have common understanding of this critical challenge. So for that reason, the chair and the deputy chair and the chief whip are working around the clock to make it possible that we get the relevant people to come. But there's a challenge not only about the epidemic that is facing the country. You will know that the National Assembly is rising on Wednesday and they are dealing with DORA. So for that reason, it's a 3-line whip. Everybody is expected to be there. So we are rising on Thursday. We took a resolution when we were in Cape Town that our last sitting will be here in Gauteng. So for that reason, we don't want to just come together on Wednesday and you have a Nyambi or Honorable Nana sharing with you information that might not be that appropriate. So securing somebody who's part of the interministerial task team, it's almost an impossible mission. So that is why we'll try to get the information that will assist us. So for that reason, we don't want just to create a program tomorrow if it's an impossible exercise. But the sitting of Thursday is still going on here in the chamber. So for tomorrow, not unless there will be changes, but for now, the information that I got is that the minister relevant that confirmed, because of the challenge of the 3-line whip, if we are going to have one and they are not correcting because of one, it means you are collapsing the country because there won't be a budget for departments moving forward. So for that reason, we do understand the situation facing us. Be that as it may, I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of the leadership under the guidance of Mtate Masondo to thank all of you for respecting and adhering to the challenge, and when we pleaded with some of people that you can be outside so that we can be less than 100 in the house, and that shows that we are respecting the command that has been given by His Excellency Ramaphosa. You can give yourself a good round of applause for that. We are done with our program. If there's going to be anything in relation to tomorrow, you will be informed as such. But I can confirm that we have NCOP having its last sitting of this term on Thursday in the chamber here in Gauteng. I officially, with the powers given to me, declare this one closed.